Hello, good evening, and welcome. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Captain Infinity Show. And welcome to, as promised yesterday, a review of Back to the Future 2. That is correct. So waiting for Citizen. We didn't establish a time, but he did say he'd be here to review the show. So let's see if he's going to show up as promised. One of them in it. So this is take two. We had a show earlier, but for some reason that turned to custard really quickly. So let's see what happens this time. Boo doo boo boo boo. Another cup of tea. Don't mind if I do. Thanks very much. See if anyone's actually going to show up. Boo doo boo boo boo. Ba-da-ba-ba-bow. Well, Grace and Cam have got 7 days left. Bow. Boo doo boo boo boo. Boop, 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 boop. Suzanne says no citizen. That is correct. What a letdown. Well, he's on his last chance. But that's why it happened in front of everyone, didn't it? He made me watch a piece of shit movie I'm not remotely interested in and dangled the carrot of guesting on my channel. So if he doesn't show up, that's going to be like Louis. That's going to be a final chance. Louis DMing me right now, complaining about complaining. Stick to the time travel. I should, because you need to learn it, LDG, because you don't understand. So I've sent LDG a link. If he wants to bitch and moan, you can do it in public, not in the DMs. How you doing? Yeah, this is looking very bad for Citizen, isn't it? That's well, you see, once you make a decision, even if he does show up, you know what you were prepared to do. If he doesn't show up, he's done. Too late for me to chase listeners. I don't care. At this point, I don't care who I offend. It's part of my brand, apparently, offending people. Listeners expect me to do it. So yeah, if Citizen doesn't show up, he's done on this channel. Do, 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 do. I know. How about a nice donut? Good idea, me. Ah, some people are here. Department, sorry I'm late, Captain. You're not late. I never even said I'd do a show today. You can't be late because there's no schedule on my channel except for Citizen. He's a no-show. He's still not late because we didn't agree a time, but he is a no-show. So the only person that owes me an apology, apart from LDG for striking my channel, is Citizen and Sci-Fi. Hey, Suzanne, says Kevin. Hey, Kevin. So Suzanne's like, department, hello, hi, hello, how are you? And once again, sweating on the screen, making it unusable. Good to see you, yada, yada, yada. So yeah, just sitting around. Hang on. Should I change my name to Donut? No, but I wish you'd change your emoji like I asked you to. Oh, wonderful idea, Captain. I'll make donuts for Harlem and I tonight. It is a wonderful idea. I subconsciously, on purpose, forgot to buy my beloved coconut ruff just as well. But I did get donuts. Donuts. I'm going to need something to cheer me up after being let down by Citizen. When he's not guilty of slander and thinking it's funny, he's also another thing he lied about, showing up for this show. You can't rely on anyone. It's been a terrible week for humans, folks. You're fine because you're here. No, Grace. Where's Grace? No, not Brian. Oh, this kind of shit always happens in the middle of the payment month. Days like today, I wish I didn't have StreamYards, but now I've got to use it because I've paid for it. I've got things to do. Deux says, I was watching a video on bottle caps becoming currency in the AI apocalypse. Well, that's only going to work if everyone agrees to the currency. So that's never going to happen because then whoever's got the most bottle caps is going to be the person pushing for it. So, yeah, that's not going to work. That's never going to happen. Oh, no, donuts. Tonight I'm out of milk. Welcome to being out of milk. I'm not out of milk because I've just been shopping. Filled up the car. When Herc 130 says fill up your car, you know World War III is starting at the weekend. Oh, custard. I didn't even bother checking the packaging. Custard donut. Well, it was fascinating watching Back to the Future 2. I mean, Cam got me thinking, can a good movie, Cam started saying, you can't have a good movie with bad time travel. Then did he say, what about a bad movie with good time travel? But then he started saying it's going to be a bad movie because of the bad time travel on 15 minutes. At that point, I was like, whatever. I will no longer comment on whether a movie is good or bad because it's like an opinion. Who cares? But at that point, I thought, Cam, logic. If the bad time travel makes a good movie bad, then it's a bad movie because of the bad time travel. Therefore, by definition, you can't have a good movie with bad time travel. Now, Back to the Future does have bad time travel. That should be self-evident by now, even to Department of Ecstasy, who doesn't follow the rules of time travel. You must have got the idea that the time travel... Oh! When I was watching a review, because you asked about Looper, Department of Ecstasy, didn't you? You asked about Looper. And I said, it's so bad, I refuse to talk about it. Well, when I was watching a detailed review of Time Crimes yesterday, it mentioned Looper. And Looper makes the same mistake as Time Cop. It thinks it's malleable. And when something happens to one person, it also happens to the other copy of them, which would only happen in a closed loop. So like in Looper, they chop someone's fingers off, the young version of them, and then the older version, he suddenly got no fingers, but he did have fingers. That's ridiculous, isn't it? That kind of nonsense is what gets you stumbling into the grandfather paradox. Why not just delete them completely? But then they never existed. So who's doing the time travel? So now I've actually got a specific idea about why Looper is the worst time travel movie ever made. It makes the same mistake as Time Cop. It thinks it's closed looper. Doing something to one person won't affect their counterpart when it's multiple timelines. And if it's the same person in a closed loop, then whatever you do to them was always done to them. So if, like in Looper, you chop off the two fingers and the two legs of a character, well, then the older version never had any legs and always had those two fingers missing, because that's how time works. You don't have them with their fingers and then with their legs suddenly falling over. Oh no, I've got no legs. Oh no, my two fingers are missing. Department, you asked about Looper. I said I've got no answer for you. Now I'm telling you about Looper. Shut the fuck up about other movies. Where's my... See, what's what I'm not... This is why I'm just over it with YouTube. I went out of my way to pay attention to the clip of Looper for you, Department of Ecstasy, because you asked about Looper. I was hoping for a bit of gratitude. Fuck Source Code. I've never seen it. I've never even heard of it. Do you want to hear about Looper or not? Yeah, forget it. Now I'm not going to talk about Looper either. You fucked up there, didn't you? Story of my life. This is why, if people want to give me the role of annoying bastard, I'll be an annoying bastard, because whenever I'm a people pleaser, I don't get any thanks for it. Okay. Right. So I don't want anyone asking me that. You've ruined it for everyone now. I refuse to answer any questions about movies unless I decide what they are. And that happened twice. I'll be back in a minute, whatever. See, I went to all the trouble of watching that piece of shit Back to the Future 2 that I've been putting off since 1989. So 99, 2009, 2019. So almost 40 years, 36 years I've managed not to rewatch Back to the Future 2. And I did for Citizen, and he's not even here. I watched a clip of Looper for the Department of Ecstasy, and now they're asking about fucking Source Code. See, there's a lesson for you folks. It doesn't pay to be a people pleaser, because people take you for granted anyway. So I don't want to hear another word about Back to the Future 2 or fucking Looper or fucking Source Code, right? It's my book. We talk about the stories that I decide on. If you want to talk about Looper or Source Code or Back to the motherfucking Future 2, then you start a channel and you write a book. Thank you so much. Now I'm going to sit here in silence for an hour to see if Citizen arrives. If he doesn't, he's banned from the channel for wasting my time. But we'll give him a chance, and on that basis, I won't talk about the time travel in Back to the Future 2 just yet. But I will tell you something I semi-consciously, semi-subconsciously realised upon the first watch of Back to the Future 2. Now, normally, I don't talk about opinions. I don't review movies. Regular listeners will be like, yeah, I know. And newbies will be like, why not? Because I said so. That's why. Because I don't care about opinions. Unlike Stone Racket, who won't allow Scotty an opinion about which is his favourite James Bond. It's an opinion, Stone Racket, you tedious fuckwit. Why don't you learn to pronounce vitamin, you fucking muppet? An opinion, but in my opinion, the exception that disproves the rule. I'm about to tell you what I do think about Back to the Future 2. Not the time travel, my opinion on it as a movie. Of all the cocaine fueled cash grab sequels, allegedly, Back to the Future 2 is absolutely one of the worst. Its lack of inspiration bleeds off every frame of that piece of crap movie. It's so busy with its absolutely stupid, contrived plot that there's no characterization. In fact, I don't feel empathy for any of the characters. I don't care about whether they live or die at all in Minecraft. And it's also talk about suspension of disbelief. Now, contrary to one of the many lies told about me by Scotty, I'm very generous with my suspension of disbelief. If you want to have a movie about someone riding a unicorn into the sun, good, I'll watch it. It's made up, yo. It's fiction, yo. You can do whatever you want. I suggest you follow what the filmmaker's telling you, unless they, of course, break the core law. That should be obvious. So I'll gladly believe in time travel. I'll even put up with some bad time travel like I did in Back to the Future. If the movie's charming and funny, if, big if, Back to the Future 2 is neither charming nor funny, just like Scotty. And furthermore, where do they get off? They're like Bryan Singer taking our generously given suspension of disbelief for some utter implausible bollocks. Where do they get off having Marty McFly's son look like his identical twin, like a fucking clone? Where in the history of biology has anyone out there ever had an offspring that looks exactly like their mother or father? That's right. It's already established by Citizen, the very absent, unreliable. Oh, you actually what? Yeah, where the fuck are you, you slandering fuck? Yeah, I watched it, you piece of shit. I said I'd watch it. You're going to come up or not? Fucking hell. Otherwise, I'm going to have to be talking about Looper. So anyway, don't worry. I didn't start talking about the time travel. But I'm telling you, of all the cocaine-fueled, absolutely lacking in any inspirational sequels, it has got to be the worst. It's worse than The Last Jedi. An absolute piece of shit. Where do they get off having Michael J. Fox? So anyway, speak of the devil, Citizen's right. Marty B in Back to the Future 1 should have been played by another actor. You know, like Eric Stoltz. The odds of Marty B being genetically identical to Marty A are in the billions. Go on, Pan. Yeah, he knows. He's. You better. You fucking promised. I'll watch that piece of shit. So anyway, I almost never talk about my opinion, but Back to the Future is so bad. The only way I could finish it is it was so bad it was good. It's actually one of those movies. It's not remotely funny. It's not charming. The acting is shit. The plot is terrible. The characters are unbelievable and unsympathetic. Even the lighting is awful. The special effects are crap. I mean, you might have to give it some allowances for 1989 before the age of CGI. Basically, I've seen better special effects in Scotty to Z She-Hulk, and that's made by a computer. Jens just said, AI, make me a computer about Scotty and She-Hulk, and it did the work for him. Lazy. Michael J. Fox not only played Marty B in Back to the Future, Very unlikely, but we'll go with it. Okay, they're genetically identical. You see, for that to happen, you'd have to cause a split in the timeline after Marty was born. Marty was born around 1970, wasn't he? Do the math. The new timeline B, was created in 1955. So we're supposed to assume that for 15 years, George and Lorraine had exactly the same sex at the same times in the same places in all the same positions, probably the same position, probably missionary, as in timeline A, to have the exact same sperm fertilize the exact same ovum. Now, biology isn't my department. Studying pregnancy, I make people pregnant. I don't read up on how to do it. Citizen's correct. I was about to jump on, but enough. Are you fickle fuck? You didn't. Sorry, are you going to start adding conditions now? You didn't say you slandered me at the end of the show and then went in the comments going, I made you rage quit, which is another lie because I was about to quit anyway. So if you're going to add further conditions, then you're a liar. I did my part. Now get the fuck on here, you stupid dipstick. I never said anything about being nice to you. I said I watched the movie. Well, I watched the fucking movie. So don't come on the panel. I don't give a fuck. It's more fun without you. But I see you all saw him. I did my part. Now he's lording it over me. See, this is why you never throw me the idol. I throw you the whip. You know that guy. You know that Alfred Molina. You know that character played by Alfred Molina. You don't know who Alfred Molina is, do you? You know Raiders of the Lost Ark, right? You know that English actor playing a Spaniard. Yeah, you know the guy at the start of Raiders going, "Throw me the idol, I'll throw you the whip." And then Indy throws him the idol, and then he doesn't throw him the whip. He betrays Indy because he's a selfish fuckwit. Adios, senor. Yeah, that's Citizen 333, isn't it? You watch the movie, I'll join you on panel. Well, I watched the movie. Now you can all see him. Adios, senor. That's you, Citizen. You faithless fuckwit. I did my part. I knew it. It was a test of his moral character and he's failed. I mean, the moment he started slandering me, blaming me for what J Sci-Fi Nation did to his channel, and then laughed about it, or is this more of your amazing sarcasm? He laughed at making me upset, even though he didn't make me upset because I didn't rage quit, because I told you about 15 minutes before you started doing your fucking bullshit that I was wrapping up on 3 hours. But if you actually thought I did rage quit, then why are you laughing about it? Why are you trying to make me upset and laughing about it? You're not a friend. So you all saw him. You all saw what Citizen did. I did my part. I threw him the idol. And now it's his turn to fulfill his part of the bargain, to throw me the whip. Daniel, you can come on instead of Citizen because he can fuck off. I'm not into being slandered, and I'm not into. You're a cross between that Spanish guy played by the Englishman Alfred Molina in Raiders and Darth Vader. Pray, I'm altering the deal, Captain. Pray I don't alter it further. This deal's getting worse all the time. First, I've got to watch that piece of shit Back to the Future. Now I've got to be nice to you. Nice to you. I'm not nice to anyone apart from Castle Grayskull, and she's not even here. Suzanne, Captain Infinity, is that any way to talk about Hollywood's newest director, long film? Good one, Suzanne. You're talking about Jens. He is. I think Jens has got an amazing career in Hollywood as a filmmaker. Obviously not making soundtracks. But yeah, you're right. I was simply parroting what Citizen said about the fact that he just... Daniel, welcome. Welcome, Daniel, play Citizen.
Hi, what's up?
Apparently the stakes with Citizen.
Oh, yeah? What happened?
He's the Darth Vader of YouTube. He altered the deal. I did something. Do you ever do a deal with someone, Daniel? Do you ever make a bargain with someone?
I guess, yeah, I did a few times, so and it didn't
Right,
work
have you
out.
seen Raiders of the Lost Ark, Daniel?
Yeah.
Right, you know the beginning where they're in the cave, you know, getting the idol, the fertility idol, right?
Yeah, and Alfred
then
Molina is there.
Alfred, thank you. And Alfred Molina says, "You throw me the idol, I'll throw you the whip." right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And then
And
Indy
then
throws him the idol, and then what does Melina do?
Melina runs away, and he doesn't
He
even
goes,
throw him away.
adios, senor, and fucks off.
Yeah.
Right, well, that's basically Citizen is Alfred Molina.
Oh.
Because yesterday, Citizen, as allegorical Alfred Molina, said, you watch Back to the Future and I'll come on the panel and talk about it.
Uh-huh.
So I watched Back to the Future 2, Back to the Future 2, the crap one. And now Citizen's backing out. He's the Alfred Molina of YouTube.
Oh. So did
Well,
you
you could
watch
say
it?
he's the Darth Vader of YouTube because now he's altered the deal. He wants me to be nice to him. Thank goodness for you, Daniel. See, Citizen said he'd come up and has refused to do so, where Daniel made no promises, yet Daniel's here. Daniel, I think you're worth 10,000 Citizen 333s.
Awesome.
Yep. So there you go. So we've all learned a lesson. So a timeout for you, Citizen. And any more crap out of you, you can have a permanent ban. I'm not in the mood for this nonsense. I've already had LDG moaning at me. See, good lesson for nice people like you and Castle Grayskull, Daniel.
Mm-hmm.
You know the cliche, give them an inch and they'll take a mile?
Yeah.
That's Citizen for you. See, when you're nice to people, most of them, not all of them, there's nice people like you, Suzanne, Grayskull, but most people, you're nice to them, they just take the piss.
Yeah.
So I'm learning my lessons still because I'm too nice in spite of my horrible reputation. So I've got to nip that shit in the bud. I did my part of the bargain. Citizen's failed to do his, so he can fuck off. He's quite happy to go on the Ends channel and get shouted at for an hour. He's quite happy to slander me and lie about me yesterday. But woe betide me if I dare make a joke about him. Sounds to me like a double standard, Daniel.
Yeah, I know all about that.
Right? So I've got a question for you, Citizen. Do I look like a bitch? He can't answer because he's in a timeout, but he's going, no, you don't, Captain. Then why are you trying to fuck me like one, Citizen? No, I didn't. Yes, you did. You made me watch that piece of shit Back to the Future 2 a second time, and then you refused to keep your part of the bargain. And everyone can see you, Citizen. Just another worthless piece of shit on YouTube. Got no time for you.
You watched it 2 times? Wow.
Yeah, 2 times. I watched it 2 times. Once in 1989, the first time round. So it's been 36 years, Daniel. It's been quite the distance. It's even worse the second time round. Now I'm all articulate and shit about what makes movies. Or what do you think about Back to the Future 2, Daniel?
I thought it was an interesting movie, but I think they even said it themselves. Back to the Future 2 introduces alternate realities.
Well, you've gone there already, right? Something
Yeah.
Scotty pointed out. Therefore, well, not all. No, I've got to correct your phrasing. You mean new timelines, multiple times? Yeah, a reality isn't a timeline, unless it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you. That right, we're straight in. Daniel's got it straight away. So now that I have watched it, it's more. I don't need to see. Once you prove something once, you don't need to prove it a second time.
Yeah.
But Scotty the fool brought it up himself. Back to the Future 2, officially, canonically, according to Doc Brown himself, has multiple timelines. Well, to make a time travel story, you have to break the laws of physics, but you can't break them twice. So is Scotty and Jill trying to tell me that the first movie is one malleable timeline, and yet the second one is multiple timelines? No, this proves, Daniel. Thank you, Daniel. I'm glad you did come up here instead of Citizen. That useless piece of shit doesn't get anything. He's demoted. He's out of level 4. You're booted out, Citizen. You've lost your position. Daniel, you are correct. Scotty, Jill, anyone out there claiming Back to the Future is one malleable timeline, I've already proven it isn't, but here's Once you've proven something, you don't need a second reason, but here it is anyway. Daniel's correct. Back to the Future 2 is officially, canonically, multiple timelines. Well, it takes place in the same reality as Back to the Future 1. Therefore, Back to the Future 1 is also multiple timelines. Checkmate, I think. You're a genius, Daniel.
Yeah. Well, it had to, because the original, remember the original Biff? Okay, in 1955, in the first movie, he got punched in the face, right?
He got punched in the face by George McFly.
Yeah, and then that's all. He didn't receive the sports almanac. He didn't keep on going after Marty.
Right?
The first Biff from the first 1955 timeline, he just skulked off. He ran away with his tail between his legs.
Right? Therefore, it's a different. Just like Trials and Tribulations and Deep Space Nine. When I rewatched The Trouble with Tribbles on my TOS Blu-ray, I don't recall seeing Cisco.
No.
So same thing. The second story doesn't suddenly overwrite the Blu-ray, the first story, does it?
Yeah.
Good point, Daniel. You're a genius.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, the new shenanigans aren't suddenly overwritten onto our Blu-ray, or in Grace's case, DVD, of the first Back to the Future, proving that it takes place in a separate timeline.
Yeah, totally.
So that is directly comparable to Trouble with Tribbles. Same idea. I mean, you're the Star Trek fan. Same idea, right? Trials and Tribulations. There's no Cisco. Do you have Star Trek TOS on Blu-ray?
I got select episodes, like the time travel episodes and the alternate reality ones.
Have you got Trouble with Tribbles?
Yeah, that comes with a time. That comes with a time travel DVD set.
Okay, when you open up Trouble with Tribbles, is Cisco there?
Nope.
Same thing, right? Therefore, it's a different timeline because it hasn't overwritten the original disc.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. So what you just said about Back to the Future also applies to Star Trek. The second movie doesn't retrospectively rewrite the first movie, and DS9 doesn't retrospectively rewrite the Blu-ray for TOS. Therefore, it's a separate timeline. That proves it. Yeah, I'll start counting the timelines in Back to the Future too.
So DS9 and the Orb of Time, the Bajoran Orb of Time, basically gave TOS a gift, another timeline.
Right. Well, that's what happened. So when Cisco went backwards, that's why Dharma and Loxley of the DTI, the Department of Temporal Investigations. For those of you, Scotty and Jill, that don't understand Star Trek, DTI is the Department of Temporal Investigations. They're kind of like the time travel police, except I outrank them because they don't get time travel. The irony, because they think it's one malleable timeline. Cisco's in trouble for changing things. He doesn't change anything. He created a brand new timeline, didn't he? Yeah. And then they do the opposite. They go to Yenstown and accuse Cisco, or at least O'Brien, who's under Cisco's command, for almost creating a new timeline by brawling with Klingons. Well, that's not going to create a new timeline because it's not time travel. That's what Jens does. He starts seeing phantom timelines where there aren't any there. And then he misses one, which is there. So the DTI are basically the Yens of Star Trek because they missed one. They failed to see a new timeline when it is created, i.e. by Cisco and co arriving in the past. And yet they create potential phantom timelines when there are none. Could they be any more wrong, Daniel?
Yeah, I guess not.
Right. So, hello, Daniel, says Suzanne. Hello, Suzanne, says Daniel.
Hello, Suzanne. How are you?
I'm part of the group that believes Back to the Future 2 isn't worth watching. I agree. So I'm done with Citizen. I totally wasted my time because now he's not even here to discuss it. How long since you've last seen it? Because I'm in two minds whether I even want to discuss it.
Like a month ago.
Really? Oh, that's
Yeah.
handy. Do you want to go through it then? Close-ended
Sure.
question. Right, now the trick is that obviously Back to the Future 2 starts in timeline C. Well, actually, technically it starts in timeline B, because presumably because they replaced the actress, didn't they? Claudia Wells. They changed the actress that played Jen.
Yeah, that was sad. Oh, because the actress, her mother got cancer, and she couldn't do a second one.
I wish I hadn't brought it up. Well, the point is it's a red herring, because they could have made a plot point of it by saying, oh, look, you've got a slightly different face because it's a new timeline, but they didn't. So I just got it out the way because it's completely irrelevant to our discussions. Let's pretend it is the same actress. I mean, they do look pretty similar, don't they? Is it Claudia Wells and Elizabeth Shue?
Elizabeth Shue.
Shue.
Dude, you should have seen Elizabeth Shue
in Adventures in
Cobra Kai.
Baby.
In Cobra Kai season 1.
Really?
Man, she was amazing. She was so hot.
Did she happen to be in a dojo wearing a gi?
No, she was a doctor working on a guy who he got into a karate fight, and then the other guy pushed him off the rail, and he snapped his back on another rail on the way down.
Nice. Yeah, I saw Elizabeth Shue in Adventures in Babysitting. She was hot in that. Anyway, so it's a complete red herring. It doesn't matter. I use Claudia Wells and Elizabeth Shue synonymously. They're synonymous. So, Daniel, let's start with a recap of the end of Back to the Future 1, because Back to the Future 2 does. It recreates the last couple of scenes, doesn't it? With Marty and Jen kissing and Doc Brown arriving.
Yeah.
Now, you're at level 3 on the pyramid, Daniel. Whether it's the end of the first movie or the start of the second movie, when Marty and Jen are kissing just before Doc Brown arrives from 2015 to 1985, when they're kissing, do you know which Marty, which Jen, and which timeline?
Okay, so Marty A is kissing Jennifer B.
Yes! That's why Daniel's at level 3, folks. I think he's about to overtake Citizen. That is correct, folks. Any of you wanting to get up to levels 3 and 4 on the pyramid, this is what you need to know. At the end of the first movie and repeated at the start of the second movie, Marty A is French kissing Jen B. He's not her boyfriend. Her boyfriend is Marty B. But he's fucked off to the year 2525 and is never thought of, spoken about, or heard from ever again. So Daniel is correct. Now, this is important for the sequel. Timeline B is very, very important. So Daniel is absolutely correct, proving he's earned his position at level 3 on the pyramids. See, Grace is meant to be at level 4, but she's back down to level 3 because she's not even watched Back to the Future, unless she has. Because if she was here, we'd be asking, where's Grace actually? She's not here either. Oh, dear. Anyway, thank goodness for you, Daniel. So Daniel is correct. Marty A and Jen B are having a tongue sandwich in Timeline B. The Timeline B that Marty A created by arriving in 1955 in the first movie. But then, now this is why, those of you that know that Back to the Future's got 3 timelines, but you don't know why, this is the bit that everyone misses. I missed it. Dalek 451 was the first person to spot it. Doc Brown, he's gone to the year 2015. It happens off screen, but we know he's been there because he's got a big yellow banana coat and some fancy mirror shades, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So Doc Brown B from Timeline B, he went to the year 2015, and then he comes back in a flash of light in a now flying DeLorean, doesn't he? Shows up in that big fucking yellow coat, doesn't he, Daniel?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. And then what happens immediately upon arrival, Daniel?
He creates another timeline.
He creates Timeline C, Daniel. Oh, I think we've got a contender for level 4 of the pyramid here, folks. I think someone's going to take Citizen's place. Upon arrival, Doc Brown B, because he's time traveling to the past, every time travel journey to the past creates a new timeline that used to be called Bird of Prey 5's law, Kapla. Therefore, and that's the one that everyone misses, humans, AI, Gork, co-pilot, slow pilot, the lot of them. But there it is. It happens twice. Well, it happens once in the movie, but twice for us because they repeat it. They repeat it. It happens at the end of the first movie, and then we get to see it again happening at the start of the second movie. Doc Brown B shows up, time traveling from 2015 to 1985, therefore creating timeline C. And that means that everything in it is person C. So that is now Marty C and Jen C. Right?
Right.
Where Doc Brown, he's obviously come from 2015 in timeline B, because going forwards in time keeps you in the
same timeline.
The same timeline. In your face, Star Trek, Yesterday's Enterprise, and Euler Greg, no offense. The same timeline. And that means when Doc Brown B says to Marty C, it's your kids, Marty. What Marty should have said, if he had my book, was, Doc, fuck off. I'm Marty C. We haven't had kids. We haven't had sex yet. We are kids. We're high school sweethearts, Doc. So for anyone paying attention, we now observe Doc Brown B take Marty C and Jen C in DeLorean A and go to the year 2015, to the future. Right, Daniel?
Yeah, totally.
And that's where the movie ends, and I'm happy for 36 years. But thanks to that piece of shit slandering motherfucker, Citizen 333, I had to endure the indignity of watching the sequel, which picks up where we left off. And then they time travel forwards 30 years into the year 2015. So to recap, that is Doc Brown B, Marty C, open bracket A, close bracket, Jen C, open bracket B, close bracket. You think it's easy getting to level 4? You haven't got a fucking clue. And then they go 30 years into the future, which means, Daniel, they stay in
the same timeline.
The same timeline. And they've just been time traveling, which means that they've disappeared for
30 years.
Right? Meaning that when they get to 2015, they
would have been been gone. They would have been gone. They would have, appeared.
Right? They should be no Marty and Jen in 2015 because they've just been in the fucking DeLorean. And therefore the sequel can't even happen. Cannot happen. And therefore you've got two more grieving mothers, because you've now got Lorraine C and Jen's mother C, who they didn't even give a name to, going, where's my son? Where's my daughter? They've just been missing for 30 years. So that's two more grieving parents. But we ain't got time to worry about that now because we're watching the sequel. And therefore, the only way Back to the Future 2 can even happen is for Marty, Jen, and Doc, and again, that's Doc B, Marty C, Jen C, and DeLorean A, if they're going to have the events of the movie where they see a middle-aged version of themselves, that's Marty and Jen, they must have somehow gone to the one timeline where they did have kids, which is timeline
C?
B.
Oh, B.
They didn't have kids in timeline C. They've just been time traveling, Daniel.
Oh, wait a second. Yeah, you're right. Oh, shit.
You were doing so well, Daniel. Grace, have you seen Back to the Future? Because we're talking about Back to the Future too. I didn't want to, but Citizen made me, and then he let me down. He said he'd be on the panel, but he went in the chat going, ugh! So he can fuck off. But thankfully, I don't need Citizen. I've got Daniel, but Citizen has now been kicked out of level 4 of the pyramid for being a wank stain. Grace, have you watched Back to the Future? Because we're talking about, it's a shame you didn't really order the trilogy, Grace. Why didn't you get the trilogy, Grace? Why didn't you get the why? So, Daniel, you've done so well. No, I will sit. No, don't bother. Do not give that fucking piece of shit any fucking. You can come up on the panel if you want. You don't need to because I've got Daniel here, but you're certainly welcome. There's a link up there. So, Daniel, let's recap because you got all the other questions completely correct without any prompting from me. So, the first movie ends and the second movie begins with Marty.
What? Say again?
Right, the two. We'll go back to the French kissing, with the probing tongues.
Yeah.
Marty and Jen kissing, and that's Marty.
Marty A kissing Jen B.
Correct. In timeline
B.
Oh, you're a superstar. And then Doc Brown shows up because
And that
he's
creates
gone.
timeline. Yeah, that creates timeline C.
And that creates timeline. And of course, that's Doc Brown.
That's Doc Brown B.
That is Doc Brown B in DeLorean.
In DeLorean B.
DeLorean A. No. Marty B went
Oh, wait
to
a second. Yeah, that's
DeLorean B.
DeLorean A. Oh, shit. Again.
You can see why I'm at level 5 and no one else is. No, you're doing
Yeah,
very well,
A.
Daniel.
Yeah.
That is almost a trick question.
Yeah, DeLorean A. Yeah.
But you understand because Marty B, he fucked off in DeLorean B, didn't he? To the year 2525. And so Doc basically took Marty's DeLorean. That's not Doc's DeLorean, that's Marty's DeLorean. I mean, it was Doc Brown A's DeLorean, but Doc Brown A, he's brown bread, isn't he? He got shot by Libyan terrorists. So to recap, and this is for you, Castle Grayskull, because what happens in the start of the second movie happens at the end of the first movie. So to recap, we're observing a French kiss between Marty.
Between Marty A and Jen B.
Right, with probing tongues. And then they're interrupted in mid-probing tongue kiss by the arrival of Doc Brown
B.
in DeLorean
A.
Which creates timeline
C.
Oh, you are a prodigy, Daniel. When I'm dead, you can have everything.
Oh, thank you.
No worry. You can take over the time travel bit. I think you're about to replace Citizen on level 4 of the pyramid. Right. So Doc Brown, Doc, Jen and Marty getting the DeLoreans. So that's Doc Brown B, Marty. So that's of course now we're in timeline C. This is now Marty.
This is now Marty C.
And correct. And Jen.
And Jen C.
Correct.
Yeah.
Grace, you're going to need to know all of this just to stay at level 3. This is just level 3 stuff, Grace. You're meant to be at level 4. Right, and they get in the DeLorean and they go forward in time 30 years to the 2015. And of course, going forwards in time keeps you in the
same timeline.
In the same timeline, which means if they depart, not if, they depart timeline C, and therefore they arrive in 2015 of
timeline C.
Right, which means that they shouldn't
be there.
They shouldn't be there because they've just been in the DeLorean, you idiots. And therefore, given that the middle-aged Marty and Jen are there, then clearly we've observed some timeline shunting. Yeah. We can only conclude that Doc, Marty, and Jen have shunted to timeline.
The future of timeline B.
The 2015 of timeline B. That is correct, Daniel. That is a clean sweep for Daniel. Suzanne, you're right. He's a boy genius. You're like the Wesley Crusher of YouTube, Daniel.
Yeah.
But not so annoying. You got all the intelligence, but double the charm.
Thanks.
Is your mother a doctor by any chance?
No, she was a hairdresser.
Close enough. Okay, write it in your will, Captain. I will in my will. I won't. I'll write it in my won't. Right, you all heard me. Daniel gets everything. He's going, Citizen, you've been replaced. Citizen, you're down to level 2. Daniel, all you need is a poster. I think you're going to go up to level 4. You know you do need to make a poster. Grace has got to make a poster. That's why she's not at level 4. She hasn't even watched Back to the Future, Daniel. How in the world am I supposed to know everything about Back to the Future? You're not. No one is. I only watched it because Citizen promised to come up on the panel. He tricked me. I got tricked into watching it, but now I've watched it. No, you're not supposed to. Oh, no, if you watch Back to the Future 2, you get demoted. Please don't watch it. I'm about to go. It's a piece of shit movie. It's not remotely funny. It's horrible. But I've now been tricked into watching it by a Citizen. I might as well watch it, talk about it with Daniel, because it's quite the mind scrambler. Right, here we go then. So it's taken us this long just to basically recap the end of the first movie, the start of the second movie. So now we all agree that thanks to timeline shunting, Doc Brown must have purchased or invented a Scogli infeld device, because you need one of them for the old timeline shunting. So they've timeline shunted. So just to recap, then we've got Marty. You can do it, Marty. Damn.
Yep.
Marty. We got Marty in the DeLorean. DeLorean A. We got Marty.
Marty. So Marty C.
Yep. With
Marty
Jen.
C.
With Jen.
With Gen C.
Yep. And Doc Brown.
Doc Brown B.
Correct. So in fact, B. Doc Brown is actually back in his home timeline. He's returning to the 2015 that he went to off screen in the first movie. Hence, it's your kids, Marty. So in that sense, it makes sense. Okay, says Grace. Yeah, you don't want to be fucking with you. Your next level is going to be Star Trek City on the Edge of Forever, Grace. Right, so to recap, that's Marty C, Gen C, Doc B, DeLorean A in 2015 of timeline B, where we observe later, they don't appear on screen straight away, but later we see a middle-aged Marty
C.
No, a middle-aged Marty.
Marty B, a middle-aged Marty B.
No, try again. Marty B's in the year 2525, Daniel, isn't he?
Wait. So this has to be Marty. This has to be like Marty D, right?
Marty A, the original hero of Back to the Future, Marty A, who ended up in the first movie in timeline B, having unprotected sex off screen with Gen B, because her boyfriend, Marty B's fucked off to the year 2525. The only people that had kids in any of these movies are Marty A and not his girlfriend, Gen B.
Oh, okay.
You sound surprised, but you got it right earlier. Remember at the beginning where Marty A was kissing Gen B and then Doc arrived creating timeline C?
Yeah.
Well, that means that Doc Brown didn't arrive in 1985 of timeline B. And Marty A and Gen B, continued their French kissing and eventually had sex, probably in the back of the big black 4x4. And then they had unprotected sex.
Yeah.
They must have done, because they had 2 children. You know, sex leads to children.
Yeah,
I mean, not always. But to have the children, you pretty much, I mean, unless it was done by artificial insemination, basically Marty A and Gen B had to have the unprotected sex because she managed to squeeze out a couple of rugrats, didn't she?
Yeah.
So remember, that's Marty A and Gen B in timeline B. I mean, that's pretty much the Marty and the timeline that we were following for the bulk of the movie. I mean, that's basically our plucky hero. And look what's happened to him. He's a middle-aged nightmare who gets fired on screen. But that is our Marty A. That is the hero of Back to the Future. Looks like things didn't turn out so well for him after all.
Yeah, also, he got into that speeding, that race with needles, right? And then he got into an accident which crippled his hand.
Right, he got run over by a Rolls Royce or something?
Yeah, he rammed into a Rolls Royce.
According to his mum. I'm getting dizzy with all these letters. Well, remember, Back to the Future's got 3 timelines. That's why you need to watch the movie, Grace, because A, B, and C. You're lucky I removed the D, because some people think, like Cam thinks there's 4 timelines. I don't blame him. But anyway, you think that's bad. Back to the Future 2 goes to timeline F, possibly G. That's why I recommend that nobody watches it. Absolute nonsense. It's a complete mind scrambler. Anyway, so to recap, Marty C, who's cleft from Marty A, Gen B, who's cleft from Gen C. See, I can't even go. Right, Marty C, Gen C, Doc B, DeLorean A, and now in 2015 of timeline B. They should be in timeline C, but they can observe Marty A and Gen B and their kids, so they can only be in timeline B. Thank goodness you removed the D. That was the joke. But thank you. So, and then they get into a bunch of adventures, which, quite frankly, we can talk about, but it's not time travel, so it doesn't matter. Although I would like to point out that we observe Marty A's son, who looks just like Michael J. Fox. That is bullshit biology, Daniel. No one in the history of biology ever had a son that's a complete clone.
No.
So that's bullshit right there.
Unless you want to say Simba looked exactly like Mufasa, so that's kind of like
they're
the same.
lions, Daniel.
I know.
All lions look the same to you, white people.
Yeah, they all those lions. They all look alike.
Right, there you go, you lion racist. Not the Lion King, the Lion KKK. Anyway, so this is the whole point. I will suspend my disbelief, Bryan Singer, to believe in time travel, even stupid time travel in Back to the Future 2. But I won't believe any movie where someone has a son that is their identical clone. I mean, at that point, I was like, oh, I'm done with this fucking bullshit. I am done with this movie. But I thought, no, I said to myself, you made a promise to Citizen 333. So you watch that movie because he promised to come on your panel. So obviously he lied, but anyway. So lots of stuff is happening. I've made a few. So yeah, first side note, sons ain't identical twins. I went to the future. Lots of pointless stuff happens with the lake and the diner and the fighting, loads of boring shit. And then, I mean, they left Gen C in an alleyway. So obviously she gets picked up by the cops. And then they go to the house. And then we see Marty, the middle-aged Marty A. And then we get Gen C observing and bumping into Gen B. And by the way, just like Time Cop, Back to the Future 2 makes up an unnecessary complication, whereas according to Doc Brown, you can't meet yourself. That is unnecessary, overcomplicated bullshit. You absolutely can meet yourself. It's not an issue. And anyway, it's multiple timelines. They're not meeting themselves. They're meeting their counterparts. They're completely different people. Because Gen B, she's had kids. Middle-aged Gen B, in 2015 of Timeline B, she squeezed out a couple of rugrats, 2 puppies, right? Whereas teenage Gen B, she has not had and never will have any kids with Marty C. Did I say Gen B? I meant Gen C. Boring shit, boring and overcomplicated. It's a terrible combination. I mean, Scotty's boring, but at least he's simple. This is boring and overcomplicated. Anyway, now here's the next confusing thing. Sooner or later, Doc and Marty go backwards in time to 1985. They depart timeline B, go backwards in time. Going backwards in time creates a brand new timeline. I should have let you said that. Going backwards in time always creates
a brand new timeline.
And therefore, when Doc and Marty go backwards in time, departing timeline B, and go to 1985, they create timeline
C.
No, because C's already taken, isn't it? They just left time. No, it's not time. You fell into a classic blunder going chronological. Timeline C's already taken, isn't it? They left timeline C to get to the future of timeline B via timeline shunting.
Oh, so they must have created timeline D.
You'd think so. Wrong again, Daniel. You can see this is why I'm at level 5 and no one else is. Even I initially thought they created timeline D, but they don't, Daniel. They create timeline E. Do you know why, Daniel?
Oh, why?
Would you like to know?
Oh, definitely.
Like I fucking told you, off-screen fucking timelines. There's an off-screen timeline, Daniel. But not
there's
like
an unseen. There's an unseen timeline. Sweet.
An off-screen timeline, not like one of Jens's bullshit off-screen timelines that only exist in his head. No, an off-screen timeline that did occur. Because later, well, eventually in 1985, we find out this is Nightmare 1985, where Biff Tannen is the boss of the town, isn't it? He's married to Lorraine, who's got big fake tits and George, his father George, is dead.
Yeah, because
Remember,
Biff killed him.
Daniel?
Yeah,
What?
because Biff killed him, the bastard.
Right, he did. And so that is Nightmare. That is Timeline D. Well, this is where basically, maybe you're right, it's Timeline D. Let me show you this. At this point, this is where I need the citizen. Because at this point, even I'm not sure if it's basically, we later find out that the reason why this 1985 is such a nightmare and why Biff is so rich is because he got a sports almanac that was given to him in 1955. And as you pointed out, Daniel, the original Biff in Timeline B, I say original, Timeline B is the second timeline. No one else can get this. So this is why we've got so few listeners, because they're not intelligent enough to get it. It's just you, me, Grace, and Suzanne. Everyone else, they're not smart enough to get it, Daniel. So you're right. I say the original Biff, but the almost original Biff in Timeline B, well, he got given an almanac, but as you say, not in Timeline B, he didn't, because there's no almanac in the original Back to the Future, is there, Daniel?
Nope. No, it's not.
Therefore, the timeline where Biff Tannen is given an almanac by older Biff Tannen, when Biff Tannen steals the DeLorean from 2015 in Timeline B, then he creates Timeline
E.
D. D.
Oh, D.
The one
Create
you were
Timeline D.
thinking of, because Timeline C is taken. The next person to time travel.
Yeah, he created Timeline D. Okay.
He created Timeline D. D for dickhead. The dickhead timeline.
Which still exists, by the way.
Well, of course, because there's no such thing as a malleable timeline. Once it exists,
totally.
It can't be destroyed. So you were right to say D in a way, because the next timeline is Timeline D. So very important, because the next part of the movie, the bulk of Act 2, takes place in the nightmare fuel of 1985 of Timeline D. Because, of course, the movie starts in timelines B and C, just like the first movie finishes in timelines B and C. Therefore, C is taken. Therefore, the next bit of time travel is Biff Tannen going to 1955, giving his younger self, which, by the way, he didn't explode, so you can meet yourself. Old Biff, B, gives young Biff, B, except it's not B. He created Timeline D. So that was 1955 of Timeline D, right?
Right.
And then old Biff must have gone back to the future, except he would have ended up in 2015 of Timeline D. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about it because it's all off screen. But that means that the Nightmare Fuel 1985 is Timeline D. D for dickhead, because it's being run by Biff Tannen. Biff D.
Yeah, definitely. So that means when they went back to 1955 to take the almanac back, they created.
Whoa! Cool your jets, young man.
Oh.
We've yet to talk about the arrival of Doc and Marty in 1985.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Now, this is where even I'm confused and I need a citizen. Because then, on screen, Doc and Marty depart 2015 of timeline
C or no B.
B, the one where he has the kids. Good, well done. And going backwards in time, they create a new timeline, which should be timeline
timeline C.
E.
Oh, E. Okay, E. Sorry.
Because they're creating a timeline, creating one. But this is where even I'm confused. Because if they create timeline E, that would be branching from timeline B. So that would be a nice normal 1985. But they end up in the dickhead timeline. So I can only assume that they timeline shunted to timeline D, the same one where Biff is rich because he's got the sports almanac. And at this point, even I got a headache. So I thought, does that mean they created timeline E and then went sideways? Because you can't timeline shunt backwards, because that'd be changing the past. But then again, we never see the 2015 of timeline D, because we only get as far as 1985. But at this point, even I got a headache and started crying. But at this point, I thought, well, if I don't know, no other fucker does, because I'm the #1 world's expert, because I'm the only person on the planet at level 5. But I'm here to tell you that technically they would have created timeline E and then shunted to timeline D. But then I thought there's too many letters, so maybe they just shunted somehow. But either way, They are in 1985 of timeline D for Dickhead, the one with Biff Tannen. Because if they were in timeline E 1985, that'd be branching from 85. I've almost got a new rule, which is the realization or confirmation that when you go backwards in time, you branch from the timeline that you left. And since they left 2015 of timeline B, then they'd be arriving in 1985 of timeline B, which was nice and normal. So it would be timeline E, but it would be nice and normal. Do we get timeline F? I shall let you gentlemen chat. I would have nothing to add to this conversation. Hang on, so you mean you're leaving? Well, there's no point having a show if we haven't got an audience. See, this is why. Why do I waste my time indulging people? I only did this to make Citizen happy. He's fucked off. Department of Ecstasy fucked off. Even though I started talking about Looper just to make Department happy. And now Grace is fucking off. It's not my fault you haven't seen the second one. You haven't seen the first one. Oh, it's just you and me. We've been abandoned by Castle Grayskull, who said, and I quote, "I'll never abandon you, Captain." No, I'll stay and look good. I should hope so too. Otherwise, you're the only other person you and Suzanne are the only people smart enough to have an option, even a vague chance of a clue of following this. At this point, even I can't follow it. Where's timeline E? I don't know. So we're going to skip it because we're going to need timeline E for later. Anyway, so the Nightmare Fuel 1985 is timeline D. D for Dickhead, where Biff Tannen's in charge, Lorraine's got big tits, and George is dead. Right?
Right.
So we got Doc B. And remember, Doc B was almost home because he just left 2015 of timeline B. But of course, going backwards in time, they created timeline E. But let's forget E for the moment and just they shunted to D for Dickhead. So now we got Doc. Oh, I've got a headache. See, this is why I'm not including it in my book, and I want everyone to know I only did this. This is why I've been resisting watching Back to the Future 2, because it's a big headache and nobody cares. I mean, at this level, no one else, apart from you and me, Daniel, no one else gets it. So it's just, this is goodbye Citizen, because I totally wasted my time. So it's worth the exercise, because even I don't know where timeline E is. But to recap then, we got Doc Brown B, Marty C, in timeline D for Dickheads, having adventures with the Biff Tannen, Biff D, because obviously it's timeline D, and he shoots at Marty and blah 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 blah, lots of depressing shit, and then they're on Strickland's driveway. Get out of here, you slackers! Bam. Long story short, then, as you mentioned, Daniel, then Doc, and by the way, this is where Doc gets out a blackboard or a chalkboard and proves Scotty and Jill wrong by confirming that this is multiple branching timelines. Right, Daniel?
Totally.
Even at this point, finally, maybe this is the point where Doc Brown finally got a copy of my book, because even Doc finally has got a clue and is drawing a diagram for Marty explaining that this is multiple branching timelines. Well, Scotty and Jill, given that the sequel is now canonically multiple branching timelines, right, Jill? Follow what the author says. Well, that means the prequel, the first one, must also be multiple branching timelines. Well done, Daniel.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, they're definitely multiple branching timelines. Yeah, definitely.
Right. I mean, it was anyway, because no to one malleable timeline. But if the second one is, the first one is. So Scotty and Jill, wrong again. Anyway, so blah, blah. So even at this point, and also just for the record, at this point, when Doc Brown starts explaining to Marty how the new timeline got created, I totally zoned out. I've got notes here. Doc's explanation, I wasn't listening, because I don't give a fuck what Doc says. I'm the time master over here. Doc should be listening to me, because he obviously didn't realize they're in timeline D. Should I skip number 2? No, you can't watch 3 without 2. I mean, at least you bothered asking. No, you just watched the first one. It's like most other movies. There are no sequels. It was written as a one-off story. by those bean counters at whatever film studio. Those coin-eyed fuckwits just saw all the dollars rolling in from the first movie and said, make two more. Now, of course, you don't watch the third one. That one's even worse. They go to the Wild West to 1885. You're going to get doubly demoted. If I ever catch you watching Back to the Future, watching the third one. Yeah, and watch Return of the Jedi without watching Empire Strikes Back. And then watch Return of the King without Two Towers, why don't you? And then watch The Godfather Part 3 without watching the infinitely superior Godfather Part 2. And then watch Terminator 3, but without watching No, that's sarcasm. Great. No, you watch the first one, and as per this show, you thank your lucky stars that I made sure you never purchased or will ever watch Back to the Future 2 or 3, because the time travel's a headache and the movies are shit. They're not funny, they're not dramatic, I don't care about the characters, and even the lighting is awful. Anyway, so as Daniel mentioned earlier, I mean, even my ears are bleeding now. I blame you, Citizen. No wonder you've been putting a time out. I think I'm going to ban Citizen from the channel permanently, like I just did with LDG. So he let me down in front of everyone. He slandered me yesterday. He laughed about my response to the slander, and then he failed to show up for the show. That's no friend. I need to have better quality friends. Otherwise, Jens is going to call me a soy nerd bitch. So, Citizen, why don't you fuck off to the Ends channel and get shouted at for 2 hours? Your opportunity for intelligent discussion has disappeared forever. Like Dave Parker. Anyway, so Daniel, as you mentioned, our plucky heroes, Doc B and Marty C, next go backwards in time to the year
1955.
1955, thereby creating timeline
E.
E, correct. I mean, you can't win because I could have gone, oh, well, actually, it's F because he's taken. But yeah, I scrapped timeline E because it's off screen. So yeah, so I agree, Daniel. Let's keep it simple. I actually changed the notes. It was F and I changed it to E. So they go to 1955, timeline E, which Bob Gale and Robert Zemeckis seem to think is timeline B because you got the original Marty, well, what's supposed to be Marty A. Of course, this is timeline E, which means that we're now observing the Marty that we see playing on stage later. That's obviously Marty C, but we're observing in the black leather jacket, Marty
This is what?
C.
This is Marty
C.
B, right?
C.
Oh,
Now,
D?
Marty B is middle aged. He just got fired. We left him in 2015, jobless
Yeah.
and miserable.
Wait a
Remember
second.
that the
Yeah,
hero. No, that
the
was
Marty that
Marty
we
A.
see.
Marty B's in the year 2525. Remember?
Oh,
He's
yeah.
gone. So the hero of the first movie, the protagonist, is Marty A. The protagonist of the second movie, Back to the Future 2, is Marty C.
Okay. Yeah, and
So
Marty
Marty
B is
C
like
and
middle. Yeah.
huh? Yeah.
Marty C is Marty B is middle aged, right? With a middle aged.
Yes. No,
Yeah.
that's Marty A in timeline B.
Okay. Oh. Yeah.
Remember, because Marty A created timeline B, then you went back to the future, meaning back to the wrong future, meaning back to the wrong present, meaning to the wrong present, which means Marty A ended up having sex, unprotected sex with Jen B. They're the parents. Her boyfriend should have been Marty B, but Marty B disappeared to the year
Marty B disappeared to year 2015.
2525. Well
Oh,
done.
2525. Are
Yeah.
you sure you went to the year 2525? I don't know. I never heard anything
Well, a
about
lot of people tell me he went to the year 1955, but if he did, there'd be two more Martys, and no one wants that. And you'd have an infinite number of Martys. There's certainly no evidence that he went to the year 1955. A lot of people assume he did. But anyway, that's the first movie. We can do a whole 3-hour special on what happened to Marty. Remember, there's a Screen Rant theory that he got sent to the Jurassic era, that he got murdered by Doc Brown B.
it.
You know,
Yeah.
is what I mean, basically, the plot needed him to fuck off so Marty A could impregnate his girlfriend. You must always remember, Daniel, if you want to get anywhere near level 4, that Marty A ends up in timeline B at the end of the first movie, Lone Pine Mall, and the movie ends with him French kissing Jen B, because her
Gen B.
boyfriend. And that you've got to always remember that the
Yeah.
movie ends with Marty A French kissing Jen B in timeline B, and then of course Doc Brown arrives creating timeline C.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, I agree it's a headache, but I'm just don't shoot the messenger, yo. I'm just explaining the headache. I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible. Grayskull says, I haven't even watched Star Wars or Star Trek. In your lovely voice, of course. I bet you'd watch them with Dave Parker. Anyway, so you're quite right, Daniel. Marty and Doc and Marty go backwards in time to 1955, creating, as you just said, timeline
E.
E, correct. And to recap, that's our plucky heroes, our new protagonists, Marty C, Doc B, and of course later on we also get shenanigans with the elderly Biff B, apparently. And of course the original inhabitants of Timeline E up on stage are Marty E, Doc E, and Biff E. That's young Biff is Biff E. Well, if Dave Parker asks Grace politely, she might watch Star Wars. Wow, there you go, Dave Parker. We're almost there, Daniel, which is just as well because my ears are bleeding. So we got 1955 timeline.
1955 timeline E.
E, correct. E for easy. And
Yeah.
our plucky protagonist, Marty. Oh, the sound fucks out. You're lucky. Marty C, Doc B, and I think Biff B, as well as natives Marty E, Doc E, and Biff E. And then more tedious, not remotely amusing adventures ensue. And of course, Marty C gets her door slammed in his face by Marty E, and Biff B interacts with Biff and Doc B hands a screwdriver to Doc E at one point, doesn't he? Remember when he's doing the lightning thing? Uh-oh, internet issues. Are you there, Daniel? Uh-oh. Well, if I'm here and Daniel isn't, then it's internet issues. Either that or Daniel's time traveled. Maybe Daniel's time traveled 1 minute into the future. If so, he'll be back in about 45 seconds. Anyway, we're almost there, but this is exactly why I've spent the last 6 years refusing to rewatch Back to the Future 2, which I haven't seen or hadn't seen until last night, since it came out in 1989, and I didn't like it then. So I only did it because Citizen 333 insisted, and in front of all of you, everyone else has fucked off, in front of you, Grace, he promised to come back and go on the panel. So he's not much of a friend, is he, folks? So after what happened with Scotty, I'm going to have to start pruning friends. The era of trying to be friends with everyone, Grace, is over because Scotty spent 2 hours shouting at me. It's the worst thing. And then I got put backstage. So that's my final attempt at being Mr. Nice Guy. Not anymore. No way. No how. We're done. It's over. Anyway, and then off screen, because then Doc Brown disappears because his flying DeLorean, that's Doc Brown B and DeLorean A in 1955, timeline E, Doc Brown's DeLorean, well, it's Marty's DeLorean, but anyway, Marty B took Doc Brown B's DeLorean, didn't he? Anyway, so the DeLorean disappears and goes backwards in time, creating an off-screen timeline. Because Doc Brown B, off-screen, goes backwards in time to the Wild West of 1885. And that means that although it is an off-screen timeline,
And not like one of Jens's imaginary off-screen timelines, an actual off-screen timeline that did happen, because we get a telegram later on, don't we? Marty receives a telegram sent from 1885. That means that Doc went to 1885, creating timeline F, which means that Marty would never get the telegram because Marty C is still in timeline E. And that's why the entire movie is a load of fucking bullshit. And I can't believe I rewatched that piece of shit, having resisted the idea for 6 years, and I finally caved and did it just to make Citizen happy. And now he's not even here. Fuck that cunt. I got bored of him the moment he did the slander yesterday. Go strike your own channel, you fuckstain. I've had it with you. Have you noticed that also Department of Ecstasy fucked off? Yeah, I'll be back in a minute, my fucking ass. Unless it's the internet. You missed why, Grace. I'm in no mood for fucking around at the moment. I saw a clip of Looper yesterday when I was watching a review of the good time travel movie recommended by Robert My Burnett on his physical media show with Dieter Bastian of Saarbrücken, Deutschland. That's right, I'm talking about Time Crimes. And during the detailed review of the excellent closed loop movie Time Crimes, closed loop, one timeline, nice and easy if you know what you're doing, they talked about Looper. So I studied the clip of Looper and learned something about Looper because I thought, this will allow me to do something nice for the Department of Ecstasy who asked about Looper. And I said, fuck off, because I don't watch shit. So I started explaining Looper and she started asking about another movie. So she fucked off. Did you eat Captain? The comet is your friend. Yeah, I had a lovely pair of ciabattas with avocado because I went to fill the car up. When I can't. I've got too many Martys in my head. I've forgotten everyone's name. Who's the handsome guy in the Air Force? Handsome guy with the aeroplanes. Herc 130. Thank you. When Herc A. When Herc says fill up your car, that means World War Three. World War Three is going to start tomorrow. So I filled up my car and I've got 2 weeks worth of groceries. So yeah, I've got 2 bags of avocados. 2 of them. I've got two big tubs of yogurt. 2 of everything. I've got four sacks of coffee, 4 pouches, whatever, 4 bags, containers, whatever, of coffee. And I've already got 4 or 6. I'm double prepping. Anyway, so I had 2 ciabattas with avocado, cheddar cheese, and tomato fresh from the store. And also, since you were so worried, I got a hug. I saw my ex-wife got a lovely hug, and she gave me a steak and some salmon. She got me some healthy food. And then I realized I forgot to get my chocolate. I forgot the chocolate. But then I thought maybe my subconscious went, that's enough chocolate. Because I did get 4 donuts and lots of biscuits. So maybe I don't need the chocolate. I mean, I could have gone back in the store, but fuck all that noise, Silent Bob. There's no point going back in for one item. I'll end up filling up another fucking basket. So yes, I have eaten and I have had a hug. And I got a free steak from the ex-missus. Surprised you didn't cook it for me as well. We didn't have sex though, because we're divorced on 1.5 hours. Plus we're out in public, and that's sex in public is very illegal, obviously. Even in New Zealand. Yeah, the car is filled with gas. So yeah, the fridge is full, the larder's full. I've got all my baseball bats completely covered in spikes and barbed wire. So I'm not taking any prisoners. So it looks like we've permanently lost Citizen and perhaps Department of Ecstasy as well. But I learnt my lesson after 6 years of knowing Scotty. I formally labelled him a friend with a capital F, and then he shouted at me for 2 hours, so he can fuck off, and so can everyone else that doesn't please me. So unfortunately for you, Grace, I tried so hard, but now my policy of pleasing everyone is over. I had steak with romaine lettuce. Anyway, are you going to come up? Because there's no one here. So I'll put another link in, because if not, I'm just going to wrap up the show. Because I'm hearing my own reactions today. So yeah, I timed out LDG because he started complaining. Then he started complaining in the DMs. LDG, you struck my channel. Louis, you got nothing to say to me. You struck my channel. I can do what the fuck I like. So I'm in no mood. I thought I was in a good mood today, especially after the steak and the hug from the ex-missus. But I can hear myself on YouTube right now. And I am not taking any shit from anyone, especially Citizen 333. He can fuck right off. I'm not getting paid to be here. Yay, Grace. Hello, Grace. How are you?
Well, hi, Captain. How are you?
All the better for seeing you. Well, hearing you. Still a nipple, I see.
Do you hear me well?
I hear you very well. In fact, I'd
Oh,
forgotten
wonderful.
about your microphone troubles. Yeah, I can hear you awesomely.
Oh, good, good, good.
Been there.
So, how are you doing?
I thought I was happy, but I can hear myself going off on people on YouTube. I think I'm happy in life, but I'm over it with YouTube. That is my current self-analysis. I think Scotty was the last straw, but Citizen, I think you heard me right. I watched Back to the Future 2 for Citizen,
Correct.
and he failed to show up.
Oh,
Or
well.
rather, he showed up and got all fucking arsey in the chat.
Oh, well, his loss, right?
Yeah, it is his loss. The days of pleasing everyone are over. I tried, Grace. I tried for you because I appreciate your positive attitude, but I'm afraid that's not for me.
Oh, my goodness. Well, we can't always get what we want, right,
Yeah,
Captain?
blame Scotty. I bet Scotty wouldn't shout at you for 2 hours on YouTube.
Oh, well, if anybody shouts at me, I'm shouting back and I'm closing the door on their face. Goodbye.
There you go. And that's why Scotty's done on this channel.
Oh, there you go. Oh, my
And he
goodness.
doesn't get time travel.
Oh, boy.
At least Sci-Fi Nation's intelligent enough to know a little bit about time travel and follow the basics to an extent. At least he's at level 2. I mean, he's not at level 3, 4 like you, Grace.
Level 3, 4. That's funny.
Yeah. Well, I mean, officially level 3, but we both know you deserve to be at level 4.
Oh, thank you very much. That's very kind.
It is, because you haven't got a poster for me yet, have you?
No, but I have like a little idea on how to
Watch Back to
integrate
the Future.
how to integrate a specific item on the poster.
Oh, are you going to draw it in lipstick or something?
No.
Okay. Eyeliner? A biro?
No, my makeup's expensive. I'm not wasting it on a poster.
Wow, especially for you, Captain. All right then, a biro.
What?
A biro, a ballpoint pen, a pencil. Is this your pen?
No. It's like something else. It's
Okay.
just like a little idea. So like, hopefully that's gonna work out good.
Okay. I just need to know how many instances of time travel, whether they're to the future or the past, and how many timelines.
Okay. And do I have to explain everything?
Now, once you've done the poster, well, it would be nice if we could go through it. I mean, as long as it's enjoyable for you, we can make a show out of it.
Ooh, we'll make a show. Oh, well, we'll
Yeah,
see
we can
when
go.
we get there.
Probably my last ever time going through Back to the Future. Well, unless Cam, you and Cam have both expressed
Unless you want me to watch Back to the Future 2.
Which part of don't ever watch that piece of shit ever? Did I stutter?
No, you did not. I just wanted to make sure, like,
Oh, you are back. Well done.
Yeah, that we.
Yeah, please. I mean, obviously, your life is your own. I'm not here to tell you what to do or what not to do, but I could think of literally 100 movies, literally 100 movies that you should watch before ever watching that piece of shit. Even I got a headache because I'm at level 5.
Did you watch the recommendation from R&B or no?
What, the time travel movie?
Yeah.
I can't get hold of it. It's not available for legal download on the old store.
Oh.
I know.
Okay.
I'm shocked. I thought they had everything. So unless I'm going to fork out $100 plus postage on the Blu-ray, Or, of course, the handsome 4K that's just come out, which is why Rob was talking about it in the first place, because obviously he talks about newly released physical media.
$100?
Yep. Well, that's New
Ooh.
Zealand's, but then that's
But don't
Canadian.
they
But
have
yeah,
like maybe the DVD version is cheaper?
I'm gonna watch a DVD. I'll draw the line at Blu-ray. Come on.
Oh, excuse me, but you know, if you don't want to pay as
Most people
much,
look. Rob would laugh at me for being a peasant for watching Blu-rays when I've got a 4K player. But
you
I'm not
don't
going to
have to answer
repurchase
to
my.
him. You do what you want to do, Captain.
Right, what I want to do is buy Blu-rays. I've decided I like Blu-rays.
You can do whatever
Blu-rays.
you want, Jessica.
I generally do. Yeah, well, I'm telling you, that's my favourite. It's like the middle ground. DVDs are too poor quality, and 4Ks are too high quality. Often bad transfers, and they're way too expensive. Although they are region free. That's one of the problems we always have with Blu-rays, this stupid region system. You don't have regions with CDs or vinyl, do you? It's just more corporate greed.
Mm.
But
But
region
you have
issues aside,
a region free player.
yeah, I do now have
Okay.
one, I think. I
Okay.
don't even know anymore. I'd spent a lot of effort. I had one in the UK, but that was in the UK. And then I've got one here. No, it's region free DVD player. 4K is a region free, but no, it's I think I can't even remember. I've now got 2 Blu-ray players, or 3 if you include the one that Cardinal Sin bought me. And I think one of them is region free, but I don't even know anymore.
But
I
which
don't even
region
know
are
anymore,
you?
Grace.
What region are you in Zealandia?
Region B, which is the same as Europe. But if that's true, then that means
Oh, so
my
then you should be like what, on PAL then? PAL? Or
no, that's
because you're
the
not on.
PAL NSTC. That's a TV thing. That's not a Blu-ray thing.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Anyway, the point is, I like Blu-rays. They're a
Okay.
nice middle sweet spot between DVDs and 4Ks. Anyway, the price difference, because that's why I got Back to the Future on Blu-ray, because the 4Ks were too expensive and the DVDs were too shit in quality. But with the movie that you're talking about that Rob mentioned, Time Crimes, it's the price difference between the Blu-ray and the 4K actually isn't that much. But the review I watched said there's a special limited edition that actually has the movie told like in the right order, because it's because being time travel, it's told from the perspective of the character who does the time traveling. But apparently there's a limited edition where you get to see the movie told chronologically, as normal time flows.
Oh, really? Okay.
So, but I couldn't find it on eBay. But there's like 5 different versions of it. So I could go for the handsome 4K, nice. I'll call it the Rob edition, because
But
that's
how
how
much
we.
would the DVD be, though?
I don't know, about tenner. I don't know.
Look at the
Peasant money.
DVD. What the heck, man?
Stop telling me what to do.
I'm not telling you what to do.
Good,
I'm
because I wouldn't
giving
listen
you a
anyway.
suggestion.
Yeah, well, stop making suggestions. Same thing.
Oh, excuse me. But I'm trying to help.
I'm just suggesting that you don't make suggestions. I know you always say that. Yeah, well, of course, suggestions are trying. I don't know. Are there people out there that make suggestions to deliberately hurt people? Actually, there are. I've known people that do that. Some people
No,
make
it's not
deliberately bad.
me.
But
It's
you
not
know,
me,
the world is
Captain.
full of people making well-meaning suggestions, trying to help. Do
I
you know
know.
the biggest? Should we just talk over each other for an hour?
No.
What is this? A Dean Martin comedy?
No.
Do you know the biggest problems in my life have been caused by my following well-meaning suggestions?
I'm sorry to hear that, Captain.
I could tell you some stories. Yeah, but you need to understand, because if you want to, why is Captain such a dick when it comes to my lovely well-meaning suggestions? And that's why, Grace, because I've been hurt by well-meaning suggestions.
I'm sorry, Captain.
Oh, don't be, but you just need to understand that's why I take a dim view of well-meaning suggestions, even though I understand they're coming from a good place. And they might even be good suggestions, but I'd rather make my own mistakes than take good suggestions from you, no offense. Because I've been hurt before. That's why I'm the captain, Grace. I've got to make my own mistakes.
That's okay.
And that's why I'm not buying any more DVDs. And I very rarely buy 4Ks. But Blu-rays, but I don't know, because being a time travel story, it's kind of a one and done. I'm only going to watch it once because it's tonally, it's a bit horror. There's a bit of stabby, and there's a woman made to feel uncomfortable in the woods.
Ooh.
So I'm like, it's not exactly science fiction with robots and spaceships. So it's the kind of movie I'd watch once. So in other words, if it was available for legal download, I'd probably rent it, not buy it.
Well, I got a couple of DVDs that I still have yet to buy, so.
Yeah. Well, maybe you should buy Time Crimes. I mean, it does look really, for a start, it's one of the only movies that makes perfect sense. Even the reviewer, because I watched a very detailed review, and the reviewer was like melting his own brain. That's why he brought up Looper. But all it is, it's a closed loop that makes sense. Because the thing is, the characters think it's malleable. And I thought, oh no, the characters think it's malleable. I hope the writer doesn't think it's malleable. It's like, no, he doesn't. It's a closed loop, Grace. And that he's actually following my advice from the book. Maybe the writer of the movie Time Travel to the Future and bought my book. Because I said in my book, the characters can think it's malleable because that's where you get your
didn't
dramatic...
even come out yet.
That's why I said time travel. He time traveled to the future, bought my book, and then went back and made the movie.
Brilliant.
Because I realised why so many movies have one malleable timeline, because that's where you get your dramatic tension by characters running around going, oh, don't change anything. Oh, you soy nerd bitch. Oh. Do you know what I mean? So, but there's no dramatic tension in time travel because either it's a closed loop where everything's already happened, or it's multiple timelines where in a brand new timeline, so you might as well relax.
But I would like to know one thing.
Yeah.
How did you travel in time?
What in the Time Crimes? It's like a big pool. No, it's like a small swimming pool or like a large hot tub. It's like a hot tub time machine.
But is it like pulled by another golden chariot of fire?
No, it doesn't move.
Okay.
Unlike the DeLorean, it just stays still. It's like a pool in a building. It's funny because every movie thinks of something different, and I'm quite amazed, Grace, when they try and make it look realistic. And I'm like, it's made up, yo. That's why in my story, Scott to the Fuhrer, it's a Volkswagen Beetle powered by a unicorn.
Oh, how lovely.
I know, right? Well, it's because to underscore the point that I know it's made up, so why bother make it realistic? Where Scoglie would be all about making it realistic. We had quite the intense discussion about that. In respect to Scoglie for putting energy into making his time travel realistic, but I like to keep it simple, and that's why I'm all about the causality. So for me, yeah. Hey, Captain, what powers your time travel machine? A unicorn. Happy now? They open up the bonnet of the Beetle and they're like, oh, look, it's a little unicorn.
And what does the unicorn eat?
Magic moonbeams. Lasagna that he got from Garfield.
I was thinking big ass biscuits and sprinkles.
And donuts. Don't forget donuts, Grace. I forgot to get chocolate, but I did get donuts.
Oh my goodness. Oh wow.
Can't believe I forgot my blessed coconut rough chocolate.
Oh, so you think something's going to happen this weekend or what?
I literally think we're going to get the beginning of World War III.
Oh,
well, I mean, I thought that anyway, but when Herc said, "Yep, I'd fill up your car if I were you," Herc works for the Air Force, so I think he knows.
Oh, yeah.
Look, when Herc's pulling 12-hour shifts, you know that shit's going to go down. I mean, it's great. It's one of the greatest predictions I ever made because I hope I'm wrong. It's a win-win because I'm literally predicting that World War III is going to start tomorrow. So I hope I'm wrong. It's a win-win, Grace. If I'm right, once the nuclear missiles start flying, I'll call you up, Grace. Go, told you. I told you. And if they don't start flying, I'll go, I was wrong. It's not World War III. Hooray.
Oh, my God.
Correct. Citizen's not coming. He probably got butthurt when I put him on a timeout, so I'm going to permanently ban him from the channel. I watched that piece of crap movie, Department of Ecstasy, for that idiot, and he lied to me. He's not much of a friend, folks. No, I blame Scotty. After Scotty, I'm taking a tougher line with everyone. Sorry, not sorry. Blame Scotty. He brought out my bad side. He thought this was your bad side, Captain. Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Ooh.
Mm.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
have like the only movies that I want to buy like right now, well soon, is Downton
Star Wars.
Abbey.
Who?
Downton Abbey.
Oh, the movie. Yeah. Do you know, I'm actually
Yeah,
quite a fan. I've got most of the most of the seasons on.
I have like the complete like box set of the actual like series,
Oh,
but
really? The box set? Oh, I'm
and
jealous. I'm envious
I
because I got
have
them individually.
I have the first movie,
Right.
um, but I don't have the other two. So
Okay.
I
There's
just want,
3 movies?
yeah,
Wow.
yeah. So want to get those two, and what else do I need to get? Well, more of your suggestions.
Oh, yeah, those 10.
Yeah, uh,
Zero Theorem.
probably Accident Man since Jens suggested it,
That's between you and Jens. I mean, I
and
might as well. Having said that, Citizen was nagging me, so now it's Operation do the opposite of what Citizen says. No, I am. I actually have got it on my list, Accident Man. But again, it's so much cheaper to download. But of course, I do like physical media.
I do too.
Yeah.
What else do I have to get?
Zero Theorem,
Mm, well, eventually.
Blade Runner Final. Oh, charming. Blade Runner, the final cut. The final cut,
In
Grace.
all in due time, Captain. One movie at a time.
Right, we'll start with Blade Runner.
I still have I have to still see the Hills Are in Red. So
Yeah, actually, maybe I should. Oh, do you know what? Maybe I'm going to get that. Does Dave get any money from that? Because he was saying they screwed him over.
he probably does somehow.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
Did you actually ever listen to the show that you missed with Robert My Burnett and Dave Parker, and they had an argument?
No, I didn't go back.
You didn't, did you? You're not. I've noticed that you're not really much of a re-rubber, are you? You like it live because it
Well,
was
I think
quite an
it's
interesting.
like every once in a while, like I will go back and watch stuff, but like I like to have things, happen instantly. Like it's more of a
You
like a
don't like time traveling to the
gratification.
past.
It's like gratification.
Yeah, instant gratification, right? Yeah, well, you must be all about the instant gratification if you won't go back to watch a re-rub with Dave Parker.
Well, I mean, I just like I don't like to. Was he upset? Like, was he really upset?
Well,
I
no,
mean, because I don't.
this. I've got to phrase this carefully. They were They were drunk and they were arguing.
Because I don't like to see anybody upset,
No, but this is the
especially
beautiful
Dave
thing. Compared,
Parker.
no, compared to Scotty, and this is actually the beautiful thing. Well, like
Yeah.
anything, I'm describing it, and I'm trying to be a reliable narrator, but you can go and watch the show yourself. But they were arguing. They were drunk. They meant it. They were quite intense. You could even
Ooh.
describe them as being angry, but they didn't fall out with each other. And that's the difference. Like they didn't get shitty with each other like Scotty and Citizen
But
333 do.
the only thing that I heard through the chat
Yes,
on the show is that um,
yes.
Dave actually left.
He did leave quite suddenly, so maybe he did have the or maybe he was. I mean, but then equally, Rob stayed and he was off his head. Maybe he should have left.
I don't know. I
He
don't
had a
know.
bunch of guests on and he talked over all of them. It was like, why bother having them on?
Well, that's not nice.
No, it was quite funny what he said to Major Chai Chai at the end, though.
What did he say?
Did I tell you? I did on 1 hour 50 minutes. I thought you were in the chat. When everyone was heaping lots of praise onto Major Chai Chai because we're all quite in awe of Major Chai Chai, aren't we?
Oh, of course, she's
Have you know?
she's
But
the best.
there's not that many people that are universally loved, but Major Chai Chai is one of
Oh
those
no, she's
people.
awesome. She's like sister from another mother.
She is, yeah, oh yeah, sister from another twister or whatever it is. Anyway, right. Actually, you and Chai Chai, two of the only people I know, especially on YouTube, that are almost universally loved. Anyway, so Chai Chai was getting, and of course, classic.
Except when I'm called evil.
Oh, but even if Major Chai Chai said Jens play some music, then we'd all call Major Chai Chai evil. Anyway, don't listen to anything that Citizen says. He's a fuck stain.
I do think that people appreciate me. I'm not sure, but
Yeah, but don't getting called evil by Citizen 333 is a compliment because he's got everything backwards. He hasn't got a clue about anything. He's a deceitful, selfish piece of shit.
so people like me.
Yeah, everyone
Okay.
likes you, apart from
Thank
Citizen.
you. That's really
Anyway,
sweet.
so then Major Chai Chai, because unlike most likable people, she's actually very humble. And so she actually said to Rob, "Can you stop being so nice about me? Because you're setting high expectations."
Oh, did she really
And
say that?
Rob,
Oh my gosh! Wow.
but then Rob, in this is where I love drunk Rob. He's got comedy chops. He went, "All right, then, you fucking bitch." No, but that's what I'm talking about. That's what comedians would call a gamble. Well, I don't know if there's a term for it,
Oh,
but
I would never have done that.
well, it's called sarcasm. Yeah, but that's why it works. This is the gamble that is being a comedian, Grace. You can get the funniest laughs, the best laughs from saying the funniest shit because it's the opposite of what you mean. And that is walking a very fine line. And that's why I was so, because that's my life. That Rob right there, that's why only professional comedians like Tony Stark of Iron will understand this. But when you insult someone like that, someone that's basically arguably more powerful than you. I did it to the boss of my
I guess
company
it would
once.
be like a backhanded compliment.
Well, it's basic sarcasm. He obviously doesn't mean it, but that's it could have gone very badly. Everyone could have gone quiet. The chat could have turned on him. Chai Chai could have left, but everyone laughed. But I mean, it's only people like probably myself and Tony, the professional comedians, that analyze these things. You can the higher stakes the gamble, the bigger the laugh. And he got such a good laugh from everyone, from Chai Chai, the panel, from I was like, Rob's got comedy chops.
Wow.
Because he knows what to do. He knows what he's doing. I mean, at that level of drunkenness, I don't know if he consciously analysed it to the extent that I just did, but in very basic terms, he did the old sarcasm. He said the opposite of what he meant and insulted Chai Chai. And it was very rude, which is why it was hilarious. Welcome to Comedy Masterclass with me.
It was well received. Ooh.
I did it to the CEO of my company once, and I got away with it.
Oh.
Someone even wrote a song about the event.
Mm.
In that moment, he would have had to either fire me on the spot or laugh with me, and luckily he chose the latter.
Oh, awesome.
That moment was the literal high point of my entire career over my entire life, looking back on it.
Oh.
When I gave some cheek to the CEO, the entire company,
Well,
and I nicked his drink.
were you two alone or were other
No,
people?
we're in public. On a
Wow.
big weekend that you like to do occasionally, we're invited half the company. So it's a works do and a social do where everyone's getting off their heads and talking business.
It was
Back
an
in the
office
day,
retreat.
back in the late 90s, work hard, play hard. And the funny thing is, I wasn't even supposed to be there. I was gate crashing in
Oh, good.
Boston. I wasn't even supposed to be in that continent. I was in the London office, but I happened to be in the area. It was a different time, Grace.
You crashed a wedding.
Well, I crashed a works do. They're lucky I was there. Yeah, that night specifically is why I'm so arrogant, because I was at the peak of my self-perpetuating arrogance. I snogged about 3 different birds from 3 different offices. I had 2 burnouts on the dance floor.
So you admit that you're a self-perpetrating, arrogant person.
Well, that's the whole thing about confidence. Just people start believing it, and so it becomes self-perpetuating to the point where you can give cheek to the CEO of the company and nick his drink, and they end up writing songs about you.
So that's when your heresy became your prophecy then.
Today's heresy. Do you mean orthodoxy?
Oh no, I would say prophecy.
No, it's today's heresy is tomorrow's orthodoxy. That is the cliche. But whatever, do it your way. I mean, I don't know how that applies to this.
Oh no, I'm saying like if you think about it and it happens, well then hey, that's how it is,
But I was worth the hype because what I was doing, it's just going to come across as immodest, arrogant, and even dishonest. But I was the best at what I did, and what I did is what the company did. So, I was a fucking superstar. That's why I'm so arrogant now, because the corporate world Recognize my
You're
genius.
a superstar. Yay.
That's why I don't need a bunch of fucking losers on YouTube to approve me, because I know I'm a fucking superstar.
Well, way to go, Captain.
Thanks very much. I mean, this was a one-off, as I say. It's much, self-deprecating humor is more becoming. No one likes an arrogant prick, do they? But that one day, that one night, that was again. It was like a giant. If my entire career was a pyramid, just that night and that minute, that was the peak of it. It was all downhill after that.
Oh, sorry.
Well, that's the problem with people. That's life is a waveform. I mean, if you're lucky. I've thought it through, Grace. If you're lucky, when you're having a good time, you can stretch it out and make that peak into a plateau. But what goes up, Grace, must come down.
Regretfully.
Huh?
Regretfully.
That's life. It's like built in. It's like mathematical. It's just built into life. It's like an
Correct.
equation that rules the world.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't. You can't be on cloud nine forever, Grace. It never happens,
Nope.
does it?
Nope, because then you're gonna get like such a big buzz, and then you're not gonna be able to contain any of your bowels anymore.
Right. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
So whether it's a job or a party or a marriage or anything, it's just ups and downs. And normally it's one big up and one big down.
Oh, it's like a nice little wave,
Life is a waveform. I think that's true. I mean, that's
Yep.
a bit vague in general, but I agree. Life is a wave, Grace.
It ebbs and flows. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Ups and downs, ups and downs. Sometimes you get 2 listeners, sometimes you get 4.
And maybe if you're lucky, you get 8.
Yeah, on a really good day. I think those days are gone.
Oh no, they're not gone.
I don't care.
Always.
Three people in the chat, 1 person on the panel, I'm happy. The rest of them, they don't get it. Even Jill
it's
doesn't get it. And she's
okay.
one of the smart ones.
It's okay, Captain.
Exactly. I don't care. It's so freeing. I feel sorry for Tony Stark of Iron. YouTube's his job. He's got to wake up every morning going, must get more subs, where I can just spend my time offending people and tiring them out because I don't give a fuck.
As long as you you love what you do, that's the most important thing. And you
I
seem
love
to
what I
be
do, and I'm a fucking
really
genius at it.
you love writing your books, and
I love writing my books, Grace.
you're you love communicating with people. So
I
there you
do.
go.
There you go. I'm having so much fun with my comic book, Grace.
Ben, c'est ça qui est important, là, capitaine, tu vois.
Whatever you just said.
I said, well, that's what's important, Captain.
It is. See, if it makes money, that's a bonus. At the moment, I'm just having so much fun creating it.
Certo. Che bello. Una bellissima storia, capitano.
Oh, now it's Italian. What was that? Same thing, but in Italian?
No, it's a beautiful story, Captain. That's what I said.
It is, and you and Dave Parker are both in it.
Oh, well, hopefully that'll go somewhere.
I reckon. Once I finish it. I've still got to finish it. I can't.
I reckon not. I don't think the story is going to go anywhere with them.
No, well, unlike George R.R. Martin, I know how it ends. I've got the whole thing planned out. I'm not one of these idiots just making every page up as it goes along.
So how's it going to go? Tell me.
What, you want me to tell you the ending?
Sure.
Spoiler alert. Okay, the goodie and the baddie have a big fight.
Huh?
On 2 hours. Jessica stays, but she leaves. It's like a Schrodinger's cat. She stays and she leaves.
No, I was thinking about like Dave Parker.
Oh, the story of you and Dave Parker. It's going to be like Marty and Jen in Timeline B.
But not in the book.
No, in reality.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. You're going to get married and have 2 kids.
Oh, that's going to be a bit difficult, Captain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Should I be jealous of the flirting happening between these two? Who? Grace and Dave Parker? Anyway, the word's envious. You can only be jealous of something you own. A lot of people say jealous when they mean envious.
I'm not flirting with Captain.
No, I'm not flirting with Grace. Are you kidding?
No, we're being nice to each other. That's what it
I
is.
I know. Well, that's how bad YouTube is. If you're nice to someone, people think it's flirt.
Ain't that sad, right?
It is sad, but that's the way of things.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. Relax, department. I was flirting with you, actually. Oh well, never mind.
Oh well. Okay. Moving on.
Yeah. No, Grace and I are both quite impressed with Dave Parker, but I think
Oh,
Grace is
he
really in love
is.
with him.
He's
Oh yeah.
lovely.
So yeah, enough about us. Going back to Great. So yes, I guess you're never going to hear what they argued about. But yeah, someone told you that he left, so he did. I
No,
guess we
but
haven't
like,
seen.
what was the argument about?
Ah, now we're getting to something. It's
Oh.
very specific. It was about
What?
True Noir, which is a
Oh.
radio play that is not based on a true story.
Okay.
Okay, as we know.
Mm.
Although Rob has since actually explained why it's called True Noir, given it's not even based on a true story.
Mm.
It features characters from history, still not based on a true, which is weird because that's like a non-binary. It's halfway between based on a true story and not based on a true story. There's some real people and real events, but there's also some made-up characters and made-up events, which is why it's not based on a true story. So it should be called half true noir. Anyway, none of the actors, and Rob let slip how much he paid Katie Jackoff. But anyway, none of the
How
actors
much
have
was
you
that?
at $2,000.
Two?
I think that's what he said. I don't know. Ask Rob.
Seems
Anyway, the
doesn't seem
point
like a
is that none
lot.
of the actors have spent their fame or their online media or new media presence bigging up or marketing True Noir. They don't
Yeah,
mention it.
that's surprising, isn't it?
Wow, whether it's surprising, no, it's fully to be expected. Well, the point is that Dave's point is, but they should at least mention it to a potentially new audience, their audience.
Right.
And then Rob's point was, but I didn't pay them to, so they weren't contractually obliged. And Dave was like, well, you shouldn't have to pay them to. They should do it because they're decent people. And then Rob said, but it's not show.
It's what?
And then Rob, after the 15th time, Rob said they were really good at their acting. No one's debating the level of the acting quality, Rob. So in a way, Rob was technically right as the lawyer, but I think Dave was emotionally right. In other words, they didn't break
Mm.
a contract. They weren't paid to promote True Noir. But I think Dave is right. If they're decent people, they should, because they got paid a lot of money. It's just a radio play. They didn't actually have to do any acting with their faces. And would it kill them just to go, hey, I was in a thing called True Noir. You should check it out. It's good. So I'm on team Dave Parker.
I would. I would be too, honestly.
Basically, it shows that
No, because like
Dave is a
as a if
decent
you're like an
guy.
actor, if you're like doing something and you're doing something that you love, why
Yeah,
not talk about it?
right. And that was Dave's point. So Rob is technically correct if they weren't paid to do it, but then maybe Rob should have added something in the contract, especially for the amount of money they're getting. So I'm with Dave because basically Dave, as I put in the chat at the time, as is on record, Dave is an empath living in a world full of sociopaths,
Hmm.
which proves that Dave Parker is a nice guy, which makes him even more of a catch.
So he's a nice guy,
He's a nice guy. He's got
but
feelings. He's
but
disappointed that the world isn't nicer. You gotta.
can I catch those feelings?
I think you caught feelings for him, and then everything fell
But
into place. It's
no,
like, well, of course, because all I
the other
said
way
was,
around.
see, this is where he's almost a complete stranger, as were you at the time. It's like, hey, can I put your face in my book? And he was like, yeah, great. That is so. Where most people, I mean, Rob hasn't, Dave has. You start to see the difference between them. He's got a heart of gold.
But are the feelings gonna go the other way too?
Oh, I'm going to cry if they don't. You two are perfect together. You're like the last two empaths on the planet. If you two don't have babies like Marty and Jen or Luke and Leia, I'm going to cry.
Well, they probably wouldn't need to be adopted.
Oh, don't say that.
Yeah.
Rob got adopted. Look what happened to him.
Mm. Well,
Permanent
I don't even know.
insecurity issues.
You know what? Maybe next time that's what I'm going to ask him.
What? You're
Would
going
you
to
like
ask
to
if you can
have
have
children?
babies?
No,
What?
would you like to have children?
Yes, what I just said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, that's... I'm supposed to go to dinner.
What?
That's skipping ahead a bit. Hi,
Sorry.
Dave. Would you like to have kids? I mean, I've been asked that once or twice, but, you're meant to get to know each other first.
I think maybe I should either get to California or him come and see me.
Yeah, that would help.
Yeah.
I mean, I did have that conversation with Jessica, but, not on the first day that we met.
Or like maybe it would be really interesting for him like to, get my information, so he can contact me or even ask me.
Right.
Yeah.
God, that's a bold gambit. Hello, Dave Parker. Let's have kids. Wow. Wow. You're a fast mover, Grace.
Hey, well, I don't have any time to waste.
Fuck, you clearly don't.
I'm kidding.
Wait, if Dave Parker, Darth Plato, can you hear this? No, he's not. He doesn't listen anymore because of the Spock thing. Wow. Hey, Dave Parker. Grace wants to have your babies. I knew it. I knew it. Everything makes sense now. Oh, you're not even kidding. Maybe I'll put it in my book and then maybe it will come true.
Oh my goodness. Then he's going to be like really, really scared and he's going to like, run away.
I'm scared for him. Hi,
Ooh.
Dave. Let's have babies. Wow.
No, I'm not going to like ask him directly. Come on now.
Well, that's what you just said. But yeah, try and play it cool. Get him to take you to dinner first.
Okay.
Well, it's up to you. I'm not going to give you advice. That may be a hypocrite. I don't take advice. So I shouldn't give it. Do what you want.
Mm-hmm.
But now, I want you two to get together. I think you're the last two nice people on earth. No offense, department.
The last two nice people on earth. Isn't that like sad?
Well, if you want to get all depressed about it, it is what it is.
Wow. Okay. Well, thanks for the compliments, Captain.
You two make a great couple. Oh, no, I'm emotionally involved in this. Oh, no.
My God, don't hold your breath, Captain, okay?
No, I won't, because then I'll pass out, won't I?
Oh, there you go.
Even for the sake of autoerotic asphyxiation, I won't hold my breath. What?
Well, that's too much information if you know what I mean.
It's not me, it's Victoria. Anyway.
Who's Victoria?
She's this chick that was into autoerotic asphyxiation, among other things.
Oh my God.
I know. There's some kinky people out there.
Ay, ay, ay.
That's probably quite tame compared to some other people.
Okay. Let's
anyway, moving on. Stream killer, moving on.
Moving on.
So anyway, you and Dave Parker. If you came to New Zealand, I could actually do the marriage because I'm a priest.
Oh my God. No.
That'd be great.
I'm not even going to go there now.
You're both from the old country, aren't you? You're both Sicilian.
I know. I heard like he's part.
Right? I remember because when he said that, I was like, oh, this is a match made in heaven. This is it. This is written in your star-crossed lovers.
Or it could be like a match made in HELL.
You can say hell. It's just YouTube. YouTube is hell. Wow. I don't know, but I'm invested. This is like a living soap opera. What do you think, folks? You think Grace and Dave should get together? I do.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
If you think Grace and Dave Parker should get together, then type supercalifragilisticexpialidocious in the chat now.
Wow. Okay. No, that's a bit too long. How about just a simple yes or no?
That's what she said. Well,
Right.
that too. Anyway, you made up your mind. You don't need anyone else's approval or disapproval. You can feel it. It's like a special bond. It's like your soulmates. It's like you're two halves of one person.
Oh.
The moment you saw Dave on panel, you're like, there he is. He's the one I've been looking for. The search is over. Did you get that tingle, that feeling?
No, it's just like it's
Really?
no. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying like
What are you
it's
saying?
just like the look. He's
Just
got
the
like
look.
this, like he's just got this intensity.
Right? Why do you think he's in my book?
He doesn't have to say anything, and it's like, oh my god,
Right?
yeah.
1,000-yard stare. That's what I call it. That's what he's got.
Well,
Brooding
Doe,
intensity. That's totally it. It's even
yeah.
coming out in his script. I'll tell you what, as a character, he's writing himself. He's not even fazed by assassins from a parallel universe. That's why he works for the NYPD. He's Officer Dave. He's seen it all.
Well, maybe Doe could go on Midnight Battle and check him out.
There you go. Some pictures would change your mind. Check him out. He's amazing. Yeah, brooding intensity is about right. Officer
it's like,
Dave Parker. He's seen it
he's
all.
got like nice like facial structure. Like good cheekbones.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
those eyes.
he looks great in black. He's got nice hair.
He's got all his hair
Mm.
and that jawline. Oh, to die for.
Beautiful,
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, you should see him in a police uniform.
I did.
How?
You had it on one of
I
those.
made it into a thumbnail before I deleted it, didn't I?
Yeah.
And
Well,
what do you think?
that picture will never leave my mind. So it's fine. I should have snapped a picture, but
you should have downloaded it. Don't worry. I bet. I'm getting quite confident you're gonna have to buy a copy of my comic now because Dave Parker's in it.
But when you delete it, does it delete forever, or can you bring it back?
No, it's deleted. That's why they say YouTube's forever, but it isn't if you delete something.
Oh, because
I mean, unless Jill downloaded it without my permission, which she has done before. So
no, because Rob said he had deleted his Midnight Metal, but then it came back.
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
I don't know how that works either.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you made it private. In my case, I actually delete them. If you can bring them back, I don't know how to do it.
So all the lovely words that I've said on the chat are completely gone.
All those moments will be lost in time, like tears in rain. I know. Well,
I
multiply
had so
that by...
much witty repartee with you, and you just completely wiped it all out.
Yeah, but you never thought to ask me why.
But why then?
Imagine that times 6 years, because I had 6 years of witty repartee deleted by J Sci-Fi Nation and Louis LDG.
But just because they've done it just doesn't mean that you need to do it.
Well,
you got to be different.
Call me crazy, but to my thing, it's like, well, now I'm just over it. I can't. Everything's temporary. So, but that's rightly or wrongly, that's why, because of Jay and Louis. They deleted my channel, so now I delete my own channel, one show at a time.
And I do still appreciate you having my panel up. Thank you very much.
It's turning into one of the best sellers. It's a real grower. It's doing really well, actually.
Bestseller. I've never heard that mentioned.
Well, you know what I mean. It's not actually a seller, but yeah, 120 views for this channel. That's awesome.
On the New York Times, the bestseller. Ooh.
It is. Yeah. I mean, I did have to delete the ones with you and Scotty because Scotty was on them.
Oh.
I had to throw the baby out with the bathwater on 2 hours, 15 minutes.
Oh, well, that's okay.
Never mind.
Nope. Moving on.
Lessons have been learned. I'll keep this one.
Okay, sure.
Because this is a good chat, and Daniel earlier did brilliantly. Plus, we need a.
Oh, I definitely think that he did. Yeah.
Yeah, he's awesome. He got almost. I was bamboozling Daniel with all the letters about the time, the questions about the letters of the timelines. He got almost every single one correct. He was doing really well.
A, B, C, and Marty A, and Jen B, and Doc C, and Timeline D, and we're gonna shunt and punt and blow your house down.
We're gonna shunt and punt. Never look up David, not David, Dave.
Oh no, never look up David Parker on YouTube.
No, Dave Parker.
Yeah, that's a different person altogether.
He's
Never look up David
a
Parker.
horror movie director and producer and writer.
Yeah, where David Parker is a horror movie.
I don't know who David Parker is.
Well, I'm never going to look him up now because
Nope.
of this.
Nope.
No, you go to Robert My Burnett and then you go to Midnight Metal, and that's
Yep.
where you find Dave Parker and sometimes Castle Grayskull too.
Oh, yes, I have been on occasionally.
You have. The
But
New Year's Eve show was one of them, wasn't it?
Oh, it was. It was a
'Cause you
classic.
It was a classic because you were fresh back from a New Year's party, weren't you?
And I was all dressed up and dolled up.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
For Dave Parker.
And I can't believe that I stayed up until almost 5:30 in the morning.
And then Rob deleted it. Then you heard about my bootleg, and then he undeleted it.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, that was I think at that point, that was the drunkest I ever seen him until last week.
Mm-mm.
He was so amazingly shit-faced. It was actually impressive.
I just hope that this is not something that's going to happen regularly. Because
Really?
yeah.
But drunk Dave is the best Dave. I hope he gets shit-faced every day.
No.
That's just me.
Because
Well,
then,
I
like,
guess
you
you and I
start,
differ. What?
start to get worried about him, like if it happens so often.
Well, then you should worry about Cam and Scotty and Tony because they all drink heavily too.
I worry about everybody.
Well, how's that make you feel?
Well, that makes me feel okay.
What, worrying about everyone? Sounds great fun.
Yeah. You know why?
Because negative
Because
energy is good.
I have a heart,
Yeah.
and I want everybody to be happy and healthy.
See, that's what I'm talking about. I can't afford to have empathy because, especially on YouTube, is like a magnet for fuck-ups.
No, I just want everybody to be okay.
Well, everybody's not okay. So
well, I
good luck
do
with that,
realize
Grace.
that, but you never know. Like, people could change.
Well, maybe. I mean, look, Jens isn't okay. Citizen's clearly miserable. Even Tony drinks too much. Cam, he's off his head. Nobody's okay. They're all miserable. They're
But
all
at least,
fucking
like,
depressed.
I do my best to, calm things down and make conversation more, flowy and
Yep.
and lovely and
Yep.
and yeah. So that's
Well,
that's
we need
what
more
it is.
graces. Every panel needs a grace.
But there's only one of me. Haha.
Well, they're not very lucky, aren't I?
Oh, yes, you are.
Aren't I, though?
Mhm.
Yep.
I think so too.
See, more grace, fewer citizen. That's what we need on this channel.
Just need nice, 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 and nice, and nice.
That's funny. That used to be my DJ name.
DJ Nice?
No, DJ Nice, 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 Nice. If you didn't actually say it 5 times, I would ignore you. Yeah, it was literally DJ Nice, 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 Nice.
Are you serious?
Well, then I changed it to Nice Cube. That works better. But I preferred the first one.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's funny.
Not that I had much of a career. I was just, I barely played in public, let alone got paid for it. But I did.
I did go out once. I did it a DJ when I
Oh
was
yeah.
younger. Yeah, and
did he make your mixtape?
I met him at one of the clubs that I used to go dancing with my friends, and I went to the DJ booth, and I was like, "Ooh, hello."
I've got to request your phone number. Classic.
And it's like we just like started talking and everything, and he would play all the songs that I asked him, which was really nice. Like I had like all these special requests, and I'd actually I would write them down for him.
Agadoo by Black Lace.
No, it was like one of those like 90s music clubs. So it was like all of like the 90s music that I really like. So I used to write about like 5 songs. Like every time I used to go, like I would write 5 songs and I would give it to him and he would play them all.
Okay. And, Chemical Brothers, Underworld, Left Field?
No, it's more like Eurodance music.
Can you
And
give me like an example? Like a band, a track, an artist?
oh no, it's more like kind of like La Bouche, you know, Sweet Dreams, or Tonight is a Night, the Clique, Mr. Vane, uh Snap,
No, I've got the power.
yeah,
Self-raising flower.
like my neck bone is connected to my feet bone, you know, like that type of music. So
Okay.
like Euro dance music, like early 90s. And
Yeah, the branch of dance music I really don't like. Hey, it's all taste though. Yeah, okay. I'm
well,
getting
it's okay. It's my type of music. So
yeah. I
so
like
yeah,
both kinds
so
of music, drum and bass.
so I used to like I used to pass them like a paper with
Your
all the
phone number.
songs that I wanted.
Uh-huh.
And so yeah, so we just like started talking, and you know, we started dating. And yeah, and so one time like his lighting guy wasn't there because he got sick. And
Right.
he told me to come into the DJ booth because like I would be there often.
Yeah.
And he says, "Hey, you wanna do the lights tonight?" And I was like, "Okay, no problem." Because I
Mhm.
knew like which songs generally was gonna play, but the only thing is like at the beginning of the night, like I didn't know which lights did whatever, so I had like a panel,
Okay.
and I kind of figured out which lights did what. And then like he would go like, "Okay, well," he would, you know, he would tell me what song would be coming on, so I knew like what kind of music, what kind of like lighting would be better. So
Right.
so for like 3 hours I did lighting in the club. So
So what? You just when the breakdown comes, you put on all the big lights for the crescendo. Is that right?
yeah, it's kind of when there's that one song when the roof is on fire. So there would be
We don't, wanna let the
like
mother
red
burn.
like strobe lights, and I would put the red ones, and then like depending on the mood of the song, and like depending on the beat of the song, then I would like change the
Right.
lighting.
Right.
So yeah, so I did that one time, and he was very impressed, and that's it. We didn't date for very long though. That's the thing.
What is very long? 3 months, 2 years, 5 days?
6 months.
Okay.
That was good. You know, it was fun.
Fairly long for some people.
It was fun.
Good.
It was nice. And then he wasn't nice.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
You started going out with a sound technician or something.
No.
You had an argument about music.
No.
You called him a hipster.
No. No. Then like the age difference that we had was like starting to be a little bit too noticeable.
He was 12 years older.
A little bit more.
20 years?
No, 15.
15? Wow. Well, that depends on how old you are. Like, if you're 20 and he's 35, but if you're 35 and he's, no, actually, whichever way you slice it. Wow, 15 years, eh?
Yeah, but the thing is that like when
15 years. So, like, if
yeah,
you were 19, and wow.
like when he well, he saw me, he thought I was older, and I thought he was younger.
Okay. You didn't bother
So
asking.
no, I was like, okay, well, I'm sure he's like probably maybe like 7, 8 years older than
So,
I
how
am.
old were you at the time?
Oh goodness, I was what, 23 or 24?
Okay. So, whatever 23 plus 15 is,
Yeah,
98. No, carry the two. 38. Wow.
yeah,
23 and 38, eh?
yeah. But then like I just like, oh, you
Wow.
know what? It was starting to bother me a little bit.
Right.
Yeah. So
He was DJing at 38. Wow.
yeah, well, I mean, he had another job during the week, but the weekend
Which is what?
was
Hotel porter? I don't know.
no.
Hospital orderly? Security guard? Sound effects supervisor?
What?
Pet shop part timer? I don't know.
Pet
Just
shop
guessing.
part timer. I've never heard that before.
All right, full time at the pet shop. I don't know.
Was a Pet Shop Boy. What?
He's the Pet Shop Boy, and you're a West End girl.
No, he used to teach, so
He was a teacher of what? Skateboarding?
no geography.
Really? Did he ever talk to you about Oxbow Lakes?
No.
That would have been the overlap between geography and DJing. God, I think I've just made the most obscure joke ever. If anyone understands why that's hilarious, then please write into the usual address. Oxbow, do you know why that's funny?
No.
Because Oxbow Lakes are a geographical feature and also a track by the Orb.
Ooh.
Do you know what an
Lovely.
Oxbow Lake is?
No.
When a river is flowing and then it dries up and or changes course, then you get the remainder of the river, and it's like a curvy lake that's like long and thin. Hence Oxbow Lake.
Lovely.
Also
Thank
a track by the Orb, not one of their best ones.
Thank you for
They've got
letting
so
me
many.
know.
Do you like the Orb?
The what?
You like dance music and you've never heard the Orb?
No.
They like invented ambient music. Well, no, that was obviously what's his face from Roxy Music, but
No, it's not my style. That ambient thing.
Rick, the Orb. You've never heard a huge, ever-growing, pulsating brain that rules from the center of the ultra world. Open bracket, loving you, close bracket.
No.
I bet Robert Meyer Burnett has. You know, well, music's take. I'll get into the Orb, will you? The Orb, brilliant.
I'm gonna get to the chopper. That's what I'm gonna get.
I'll tell you what, if you want to get around Dave Parker, you want to get into your heavy metal, you've got to get into your typo negative.
I do have some heavy metal music.
Yeah, but if you got typo negative, because I mentioned typo negative and Dave agreed. Did you catch that?
No, that's not my blood type, Captain.
Yeah, no, they're a band. Well, they used to be called Repulsion. You don't have to be typo negative to listen to typo negative. Like, you don't have to wear black lace to listen to black lace.
Oh, but I do have black lace.
Okay, bad example. You don't have to be. You don't have to own Guns N' Roses to listen to Guns N' Roses.
No, but I have roses in my backyard.
Right. Well, then that's
but
it.
no guns.
Not
though.
Guns. Right. So you can listen to the Hollywood Roses, but not LA Guns.
No.
Well, then you could listen to the Orb.
Okay. Well, I'll check it out.
But not the Chemical Brothers.
No, I don't use chemicals.
And that's why you can't, by your rationale, listen to the Chemical Brothers.
No, but I do have actually the ex DJ boyfriend.
The old
that I
guy.
had. He actually made me a compilation CD.
Right. Of pet shops that he's visited.
Of
geographical features.
No, of heavy metal, more like rock music.
He was a DJ and he did the heavy metal. Okay.
Well,
but no typo negative.
Do you want me to get the DVD and see what music he had put on it?
Ooh, only if it's got typo negative.
And do you have a minute or two?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So carry on. I'll be back.
Someone's into their mixtape. I mean, metal, that's like saying dance music. This is like a very broad church, isn't it, folks? I mean, metal, like dance, has got about 500 subgenres.
I shall be back.
I'll be back. Get to the chopper. So, I mean, I like lots of dance music and I like quite a lot of metal. There's quite a lot of metal and some dance music that I don't like. But I do like typo negative, and so does Dave Parker. So if Grace is smart, she's going to get into some, on 2.5 hours, typo negative. So there's your clue, Dave Parker fans. I think I specifically mentioned their cover version, Summer Breeze by Typo Negative. Quite good. You know, the classic Isley Brothers Standby. Much better when it's sung by Pete Steele of Typo Negative. Some breeze makes me feel fine, running through the jasmine of my mind. Was it Robert Knight Bennett? Not quite, but close. Robert, interesting emoji. What is it?
Robert Meyer Burnett. In fact, he finally explained why he uses his middle name, because he knows it sounds pretentious. Apparently for equity reasons, or whatever the acting union is, because there's already another Robert Burnett. So Rob is Robert Meyer Burnett. RMB. Meyer. Robert Meyer Burnett. With semi-regular guest host Dave Parker. Quite the double act. So, but yeah, if you wanna get Dave's attention, Grace, if you want to make Dave a mixtape, and go and get some Typo Negative down here. Especially their first album, I think, Slow, Deep and Hard. So that's quite good. You went to L'Amour Saturday night. Was it red dress on, lipstick? No, lipstick on, red suit, 2 sizes too tight. I better not do that. They're quite naughty lyrics. Come on your mind and come on your breath. Instead of that diaphragm before you left. You're a slut. You're a whore. You fucking cunt. I know you're fucking someone else. He knows you're fucking someone else. I said I know. He said he knows. I know. He knows. I know. He knows. I know you're fucking someone else. He knows you're great. Yeah, that's a good time, that is. That's metal. Don't tell me you like metal unless you've got Typo Negative, Slow, Deep and Hard in your collection. What are you doing?
Thanks for being patient, Captain. I'm still looking.
That's all right. I'm patient. You're lucky. I'm so lucky. I got a big axe in the trunk of my car. Put it on the grinder and keep it real sharp. There's an ugly green monster in my head. Won't leave me alone until you're dead. Kill you. The Burnett Network guy. That's one of those. It's a portmanteau word. He made it into a witty. The Burnett work. You know, like Captain Infinity. It's not Captain Infinity. It's Captain Infinity. So it's not the Burnett Network. It's the Burnett work. Yeah, that is totally it. Yeah, that guy. Have you heard of him? Departments. You've heard of Robert Meyer Burnett, but you haven't heard of Dave Parker. You know, the director of The Hills Run Red. Or, you know, the guy that's got a guest part in Captain Infinity. You know, that guy. Oh, the guy in Captain Infinity. You know, the one that plays a member of the NYPD. That's the, yes. That Dave Parker. The one that likes Typo Negative. Not whatever crap Grace is about to bring us. Slade or some bollocks, no doubt. This better be careful. This better be good. Uh-oh. Right, shh. Everyone be quiet. Shh. Grace is going to quite a lot of effort to basically get a compilation made by some old fart of a DJ back in the day.
Sorry, Captain, I can't find it.
All that, and there's no result anyway. That's all right. It's probably going to be rubbish anyway. That's hilarious.
I'm sorry. I don't know where it went. I have like a whole big one of those IKEA wooden DVD tower things.
Right.
With doors and yeah, and I have like probably
It's
about
obviously not doing its job.
250 or something CDs.
Okay, you can't find one.
Nope. There's too
Good
many
filing
of them.
system.
But what I can do is I can take my time tomorrow and look for it.
There you go. Well, if it's that important to you, Grace, sure, it's up to you. I mean, I don't care.
Well, it is like you know what kind of like rock and roll, so to speak, metal music I listen to or used
Well, I
to.
was just telling the audience, meaning I was just telling Department of Ecstasy. It's yeah, metal music, like dance music, is a very broad church. There's a lot in there that, you know. I mean, I'm very, very picky with my music. So, and in fact, my entire metal section, my entire massive CD book of metal, is not been touched for a while. I'm more into the dance, if anything. Tame Impala. I like Tame Impala, but that's not exactly metal. That's like rock, and in fact, he's gone a bit kind of electronica dance of late. But yeah, I like Tame Impala. Do you like
Who's
Tame
that?
Impala?
No, I don't.
You've never heard of Tame Impala, have you?
No.
Probably not heavy enough for you. Do you like rock, like psychedelic rock?
Not so much. No.
Well, you might not like Tame Impala then.
Mm-mm.
Oh well, your loss.
Oh well, it's okay.
Yeah, check out. If anything, check out. Well, then we could do music recommend. You really need to get into Typo Negative if you want to win the heart of Dave Parker.
But I don't have the same blood type.
It's the name of a band. For crying, you're hilarious. You are, Grace. You don't actually need to have the same blood type to listen to the band. You're funny. You are.
But you know, Captain, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to make you laugh a little bit.
Well, good, because I need it.
Am I at least putting a little bit of a smile on your face?
You've almost completely counteracted the misery brought on me by Citizen 333 today.
Okay. Well, there you go.
So well done. Yeah, I've had a hug, a donut, and a laugh. That's not a bad day, is it?
Well done, me. I have this
Not
effect
bad.
on
Yeah,
people.
well done, everyone. Considering I didn't get laid again. Not a bad day.
No, that's yeah. I don't want to know any of that stuff.
Well, it's a negative. Well, in that case, I'm back. Welcome to reverse psychology. I'll tell you what, the problem with Citizen is he won't come on the panel and he thinks Batman's a superhero. I can't be having that kind of nonsense on my panel.
No, Batman is not a superhero.
Thank you. You get it. Anyway, so write this down. Maybe we should get some CDs that you need to get, especially Type O Negative, Slow, Deep and Hard.
Ooh.
Indeed.
Ooh, let me write that down.
There you go.
That sounds quite naughty.
Well, if you take the cover and look at it upside down, there's a little secret that not a lot of people noticed, like the censor.
Oh.
Citizen says, that's pretty cool. You actually watched Back to the Future Part 2. I only did it for you and it gave me a headache. But I went through it with Daniel and I think we got to timeline F. But there's kind of a timeline that's optional. So I do actually have something that even I'm confused about. I'll have to catch your review on the re-rub. Well, if you don't come up today, you're done. That's going to be your last ever invitation. No offense. Nothing personal. That's the rules.
Well, I'm
After
glad that
Scotty
you made
shouts-
an exception for me, Captain, because you said that this would, like last time, would have been my last time on the panel this week. So, thank
Right.
you.
And you've still got a week to watch Back to the Future.
I do.
You promised Daniel, you never promised me. That's a lie. But you do a lot of lying, I've noticed, and then go, oh, it was the sarcasm. It's all right. I'm done with you, Citizen. I was done with you yesterday after you slandered me and then laughed about it. So you're lucky you're not on a timeout.
Uh-oh.
Anyway, well, the trick is to have these things without actually being grumpy. That's the fine line I'm learning, is to deal with all these YouTube knuckleheads without actually getting upset. I learned that from Scotty. He's not worth getting upset over. Grace, you will like Back to the Future. No, I think she's going to hate it. I think it's a piece of shit. Not nearly as bad as Back to the... It's not a good movie. It's a terrible movie. It's got incest in it. And also... Anyway.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's an awful movie.
No.
Because Scotty kept talking about the things we don't like talking about. That made me realise, well, it's in the movie.
Am I going to have to vomit?
Scotty wouldn't be talking about it, would he?
Do I need to vomit again?
I would. You're gonna, yeah. I'll take a bath bag. I'm warning you. It's not. No. If you want a good teen comedy from 1985, what you want is Weird Science, which
I
you
love
already know.
Weird Science. I have it on DVD.
There you go. Me too, except Blu-ray, of course. Now, Weird Science is a thousand times funnier than Back to the Future, and it doesn't have any time travel. So that's why, for me, basically, Weird Science is to me, I dare say to you and I, what Back to the Future is to a lot of people. No, I think Back to the Future is a fucking piece of shit. Although, as per Cam's view, it's a piece of shit because of the bad time travel. If the time travel's bad, the movie is bad.
Oh.
But no, it's all the other horrible things that are in it. It's really got quite a dark underbelly. It's a PG movie. Well, it should be rated R because of all the disgusting things
I
in
shall concentrate on the overbelly and not the underbelly.
Yeah, just the two things that make you throw up in your mouth. They're both in the movie.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, it's really quite dark in places. Not nearly as much as Back to the Future 2. That's even darker. That's why I don't like it. Basically, all the things that are bad about Back to the Future are like turned up to 11 in Back to the Future 2. It's got more darkness, more depression, more horribleness, and the time travel's even worse.
That's depressing.
Yeah, not everybody. Oh, that's like when Scotty says everybody understands the core law. That's a lie. They don't. Plenty of people that don't like it, like people that don't like and so no, the more I think about it, the more it is a disgusting piece of shit movie. Horrible.
Boy,
I don't know why I ever recommended it to you.
I don't know either.
Well, I look for. Do you know what? When you watch it, as well as the time travel, I'd like to get your opinion about: is it funny? Is it disgusting? Is it a horror movie? Is it as funny as it thinks? I mean, yeah, how many actually funny lines are there? I mean, if you think about it, you made a time machine out of a DeLorean. How's that funny? It's not funny. It's all thanks to Michael J. Fox.
I shall take a note of every laugh that I have.
Yeah, I talk about Scotty every day. I don't love him either.
Mm.
No, the more I think, basically, the more I think about Back to the Future, every day I like Back to the Future less and less. But I never did like it. Weird Science, that's my jam. Now, that's a funny movie.
That is funny.
Hey, my man, how about a nice whiskey on the rocks? How about I take this bottle and stick it straight up your ass? On the rocks is fine.
Do you know when you say that word, yes, but like, like the way you say it, yes.
Yes.
You know who you sound like?
Mr. Brown Alliance, that's who I'm impersonating.
No, the guy that was in his Speedos in that movie Couples Retreat.
Don't know it. Maybe that's where Brown got it from. Yes.
Like when he welcomes the people in, and he's like kind of like the yoga instructor and everything, and that's what he says all the time. He goes, yes.
I've never seen that movie. Well, quoting a movie,
it's not very funny, but that's funny. Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe
I'm doing a quote of a reference of a parody.
Probably.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Use scuba. I know what scuba stands for. Self-contained underwater breathing apparatus, or indeed apparatus.
Nope. But
I don't go scuba diving.
I have a scuba pants and a scuba top.
There you go.
It's like
scuba
that material.
Department.
Yep. It looks like a tracksuit, but it's not.
Tracksuit. I like tracksuit guy who doesn't get time travel. Hero to you. I talk about Back to the Future every day because the time travel sucks and Scotty and Jill don't get it. That's why I talk about it, because it's the easy one. See, when we're done, Grace, when you finally watch Back to the Future, which you've got 1 week left to do, you and Cam, when you and Cam finally tell me how many timelines in Back to the Future, you will know that it is the easy one to analyze. And then we can get onto the complicated stuff like Time Cop and Star Trek City on the Edge of Forever. Then we're cooking with
Oh
gas.
no, not Star Trek.
How come you don't like it if you haven't seen it? You sound a bit
Oh,
prejudiced. What's your name, Jill?
I don't know. It's like everybody's having like arguments about Star Trek being really sucky.
Well, there's so much Star Trek. Light metal and dance is a broad church. I mean, there's like 8, 9, 10 different TV shows, each of which have got between 3 and 9 seasons,
Oh,
hundreds. I mean, probably 1,000 episodes by now. I'm sure the AI could tell you how many episodes in total there are of Star Trek.
mm-hmm.
I'd recommend that you only watch Star Trek Strange New Worlds. Obviously, Rob will never talk to you again. But personally, I think that's where you should start. Strange New Worlds.
Strange New Worlds. Okay, but there's like
Yep.
other things that I need to watch before that.
Well, there's those 10 movies I mentioned, 3 books, and now an album.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I know, right? You're never going to get have you read June yet? But you haven't.
No,
All right, neither have I.
I've seen the Kindergarten Cop.
Ah! Let's play a game called Who's Your Daddy and What Does He Do? Was that a different movie?
No, it is. That's the same one.
Okay, good. Excellent.
It's like the twins come
Not a
along.
tumor. Hey, Maria Shriver, I fucked the maid. I got her pregnant.
And then the twin girls that come up and they're like, "Oh, our mom says that our dad is a sex maniac."
Wow. What was the punchline to that particular joke?
I don't know,
Okay, then.
but it's hilarious. It's so good. Yeah. It has heart, it has comedy, it has everything that you're looking for in a movie.
It's no Total Recall.
No.
You think this is the Leo Quaid? It is!
I think it was Real Memories.
Correct. When you mean, hang on, wait, whoa, that's an oxymoron. It's either real or it's memories. Real memories. Which one is it? Is it an implant or did it happen? Now think carefully, Grace. This is the one movie
It
where
is not an implant.
Correct. Well done. You're a genius.
Thank you very much.
Everything's real except Quaid. There's no Quaid. He's obviously Hauser, right?
You mean Doogie Howser?
Nice, exactly. Arnold Schwarzenegger plays Doogie Howser as an agent.
Doogie Howser, MD.
Yeah, well, obviously Quaid isn't real. He's just a fake character that they made up because he's undercover Hauser, isn't he? I'll tell you how you could tell, because at the beginning they're meant to be married, but they're having sex. That's your giveaway. They're obviously not married.
Oh no. Well, because when you're married, you don't.
There you go. That's exactly the joke. That's how you know it's all fake. It's a fake marriage. It's not real. They're having sex.
Oh wow. Oh, that's crazy.
Come on, babe. You're my dream girl. Don't want to go to the bathroom. There is no bathroom.
But I've always wanted to have, because I have probably about maybe 50 different kind of nail polish colors, and I just
thought it was called nail polish. I thought it was a reference to Eastern Europe.
No, nail polish, and
all my life I thought it was called nail polish.
No.
Am I wrong about shoe polish as well?
Oh yes, you definitely are.
Oh no.
Yes.
What about window polish?
It's the same thing.
Oh, I thought it was a reference to the second defenestration of Prague. Wow.
No, it's more like a Black Forest cake. And
okay.
So yeah.
Oh, not a Black Forest ghetto. The ghetto from the chateau.
No, and then apparently it's close to Saarbrücken, Deutschland.
Saarbrücken, Deutschland.
Yeah,
well, that's the west of Germany. Have you ever looked it up on the map? I have.
Oh, I've been to Germany, so.
Yeah, which bit? You know, Germany was only confederated into one country in 18.
I have been to the southwest of Germany.
Okay. Have you been to Bavaria? I've been to Bavaria.
I've been to Austria.
You've been to Munich?
I've been to Austria.
That's not even the same country as I go, well, I've been to Mexico. The fuck's that? Like, the last person to conflate Austria with Germany, you know who that was? Guy with a mustache.
You
I've
mean
been
that?
to Austria. Listen to you. I'm going to call you Mrs. Angelus from now on. Fuck's
No,
sake.
no. What was I talking about? You made me forget my thought.
I don't know. Arnold Schwarzenegger, Germany, travels.
No.
Probably everything goes back to Dave Parker.
Oh, well, you know what? Whatever. What was I talking about, Doe? Do you remember?
Yeah, department. What were we talking about? There's got to be a through line. We were talking about Total Recall, whether it's real.
Oh, yes. Nail polish. Okay.
Nail polish. That's it.
Yeah. So I have like about 50 different nail polish shades because I have like, I like
50 different wigs.
But the thing is, like, I never wear nail polish. But what I thought that was
You
really,
don't
really
wear
weird-
it. You have it, but you don't. What?
It's so weird.
What? You're weird.
Well, so are you, Captain?
I know you are, but what am I?
Who is, you know, it's a mirror kind of thing, you know.
Mirror. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
and so yeah, so like the one part that I really, really found really cool was then when Sharon Stone was changing her nail polish just by touching her nail.
I think that was the receptionist, not Sharon Stone, but
I
I
think
know
it
what
was
you
Sharon
mean.
Stone.
Well, I'm gonna disagree with you with all due respect. Same movie, wrong character. It was the receptionist at Recall.
Was it? I thought it was
Yes, it
Sharon
was.
Stone, but
So
I
you
just thought that
you're
was
having a
really,
bad
really
memory
cool.
implant. You're basically pulling a Doogie Howser. You've got a bad implant. It
Oh,
was the receptionist.
was it? Okay, no, but I thought that was like really, really, really cool. And I said,
It was cool. They should do that.
that would be something that would be really practical.
Right?
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, much more practical than fake holidays that only happen in your head.
Fake holidays in your head.
I think it's a dumb idea. I wouldn't go. The whole point of a vacation is to have the vacation. I don't want
But
no
would you
fucking memory
travel
implant.
to Mars?
Now, credit as to Mars. To give Jens credit, one of the reasons he points out that it has to be an implant is who's going to go to Recall and pay hundreds of bucks to have their fucking wife kick them in the nuts.
Why? Why would you do that? Number one.
Why would you do that? And that's why clearly it's not an implant. Why would you go to Recall and pay good money for a vacation where your wife kicks you in the nuts?
Why would you
Odds are
go to
wouldn't.
Mars? That would
I'd
be
rather actually go to actual Mars than have a fake
no.
implant.
I'd rather go to Venus or something.
Really?
Probably
Why
a
is
little
that?
bit.
I'm your Venus. I'm your fire.
It's
Well, I'd rather
probably
go to
better,
Uranus.
it might be a better ecosystem.
I wouldn't go to any other planet. I don't even. There's most places on Earth I wouldn't like to go to these days. Fuck going to other planets. I wouldn't even go to the moon. I wouldn't go to the moon if you paid me.
But which part of the moon?
The far side, not the dark side.
How
No,
about
I even
the
had that as recently as
how
2
about
days ago.
But how about the inside?
Oh no, they started going on about tidal lock. These idiots, Grace. It happened again, like
Oh, no.
clockwork. I'm watching a YouTube video talking about the far side of the moon, and sooner or later, inevitably, they slipped up and started talking about the dark side. So then I went to the comments and said, "You did that thing. You said the dark side when you meant the far side." And then some lazy, incorrect fuckwit incorrected me and said tidal lock. I said,
No.
"Look here, you
No.
frickin' Egypt. The dark side and the far side are two different things." I got this idiot making the video conflating the dark side with the far side when they're two different things. And now you're adding a third thing, tidal lock. That's the east side and the west side.
And there's a north side and a south side, and
And
there's
an
an
inside and an
inside.
outside.
Correct.
And then some people, and I even had one person go, "Well, it's a globe, it's not a cube. There are no sides." Oh, well, technically, you fucking
It's
fuck.
a sphere. It's not a globe.
Yeah, but it's still got two sides when you shine a light on it. Like Jessica did with an orange, as per my video.
But it's not flat, thank God.
No one said it is flat. Whether even if it is flat, it would still have two sides. if it was a cube, see, this is the whole thing about flat earthers. They're not using their
But
imagination.
if it was a cube and
What
you're
if
using a
what if the Earth
flashlight,
was
you would
flat
only see
and
one
but,
side.
what if the Earth was flat and three-dimensional? What if the Earth is a cube? No one thinks about that possibility, do they?
But then you would see it.
Well, same if it was. And the other thing about flat earthers, it's the flat earthers that think everything's on one side surrounded by an ice wall. I at least respect the flat earthers that still admit there's two sides, because otherwise, why is it summer over here when it's winter over there?
Well, we must be 6 months apart.
I'm 6 months in the future. That is correct, Grace.
There you go, on a different timeline.
Well, same timeline, different time. Well, we all accept that I'm 17 hours ahead of you. Why can't we accept that I'm also 6 months ahead of you? It is the summer.
But how about 17 years?
Well, that's just silly now.
Well, thank you.
Now you're just getting silly, Grace.
Well, thank you.
I mean, also we're talking at the other side of the planet, so in
But
that
I
sense,
like
it's
to be a little bit silly with you.
just a little bit, not a lot, a little bit,
Just
the
a
right
little.
level of silly.
Yes. Because I
better.
could kind of like have a big feeling that you are enjoying this conversation and you have a tiny little smile on your face.
I do. Do you know what? One of these days, when I get myself hitched or whatever, we should
Yep.
go on a four-person date, a four-ball, you, me, whoever, you know, Jessica or whatever, and Dave Parker.
Well, that would be lovely.
Won't it though? It'll be awesome. Let's
Oh
do
my
it.
God, I would
Let's
love
totally
that
do
so
it
much. It would
in
be
Kingston.
so great.
It'll be awesome. Dave and I can talk about movies, and you two can talk about makeup or whatever you chicks talk about.
Or like
Nail polish,
it's not nail polish.
time travel.
Oh my God. No. I do have other things that I'm passionate about, right?
What other than nail polish and Dave Parker? Like what? And bad music and bad movies and books you haven't read and
That's not
DJs with a huge age difference. What else are you into?
is not nice.
Which bit? I've already forgotten what I said.
You see, that's why I'm being nice to you.
Oh well, I have to push your buttons a little bit.
But why are you pushing my buttons? That's not
That's what I
normal.
do. I'm a button pusher. That's why everyone hates me, because they
I
don't
don't-
like having their buttons pushed.
Captain, I do not hate you. Okay.
No, everyone apart from you hates me because you're
Do you-
nice. I think department doesn't hate me yet, but we're getting there. I'm working on it.
Uh-oh. But why? Why are you pushing people away?
I don't know. I do it so consistently. I'm starting to think it's a subconscious defense mechanism. Now that
It
you've gone
probably
there.
is.
Right? Well done,
Mhm.
Dr. Freud.
Well, thank you
I
very
think
much.
it is, isn't it? It must be, because I clearly do it to everyone.
Welcome to session number 1.
So I go on the couch now.
Yes, lie down, Captain.
Yeah.
Tell me your dreams.
Tell me about the good things in your life. Tell me about your mother. My mother? Let me tell you about my mother. Bang! Oh, sorry, you haven't seen Blade Runner. You won't get that reference.
Oh my God.
Right? My dreams. I've been having some real intense dreams of late, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Tell me all about them. What was your relationship?
Sometimes.
What was your relationship with your father?
Wow. He bought me my first computer back in the day. Pretty much made my career.
Okay, we're talking
good.
emotional, not objects.
Yeah, but that's a measure of the emotions. If you didn't care about me, you wouldn't have bought me the computer. I mean, the price of Apple Macs back in them days.
But how was it? Did you get along with him?
Wow, it's like, I don't know what you compare it to. I mean, classic European father-son relationship. It was a bit passionate on 3 hours. God, you're really going there, right? How about none of your beeswax?
Well, I'm trying to get to know you, Captain.
Well, that's a bit vague. You need to ask me something more specific. I mean, we did have a lot in common because I was into science fiction and he was very sporty. He was a tennis player and a skier.
Oh, was he? Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Did he ever tell you that he was proud of you and that he loved you?
Probably.
But you don't remember?
Maybe.
This is way too ask me backstage. I ain't doing this on. I've got plenty of haters out there going, let's take some notes on the captain.
Well, that's how it
every
is.
day he was totally. Well, in fact, he did come to my work at least once, so he must have been impressed because of my aforementioned amazing career.
Oh, there you go.
Button pushing is subconscious trauma, is it? Really? Well, you're really pushing my buttons by saying that. Trauma, that's a really loaded word, isn't it? Well, I'll tell you, I've got trauma for being shouted at by Scotty for 2 hours. If that's not trauma, I don't know what is.
I think we're gonna have to have a more in-depth conversation about your
My family relationships.
Yeah, I think it probably has something to do with that.
Really?
Yeah. I could hear a little slight hesitation in your voice, Captain, when you started talking about the family stuff. It's like, oop, the defenses started.
Of course they are. I'm live on air, and most of my audience are haters. Of course, I don't like talking about personal stuff live on air. That's blanket. That doesn't mean anything on its own.
Well, we'll have a lovely discussion backstage one day.
Sure, if you want, but that is definitely. Remember, Tony Stark of Iron, rule number 69, don't talk about personal stuff live on air. Ex-girlfriends are fine because that's in the past. What?
I've talked about my personal stuff. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but you're not me. That's why the golden rule doesn't work.
Number 69. Why is it with the 69?
Right. Well, when Homer Simpson made it into a joke, then it just became everyone gets it. Exactly why. Because actually, well, that's a specific thing. When I was growing up, I wasn't quite sure why it kept coming up. So I brought it up with my dad to see if he'd know.
And?
He started to explain it.
Oh, we did. Oh, wow.
I was like, whoops, I kind of wish I hadn't said anything.
Oh, my
goodness. It was actually a ski lift, just standard. He was like, all right, let's pick a number on the ski lift and see how long before it comes around going the other way. So I went, all right, that one's 69. And he said, you know what 69 is, don't you, son? And I said, no, what did you tell me? He said, well. And then he went full Robert My Burnett.
Wow.
I was like, you know what? I kind of wish I hadn't said it now.
And how old were you then?
3. No, 29. No, something in between the two. About 50.
Oh my gosh.
If you're really us, what number are we thinking of? 69. Excellent.
33.
Exactly. That's Bill and Ted. He's doing a Bill and Ted. Dude, what number am I thinking of? 69.
I'm thinking about 33.
I think 69's overrated anyway, but that's a conversation I need to have with Rob.
Just 33 because that's the age of Jesus Christ.
Well, is it though? Do you want to go there? You don't know when he was born.
Plus 4.
When was he born?
Approximately.
When was he born?
During King Herod's time.
Well done. And in which year did King Herod die?
4.
Correct. Therefore, Jesus Christ was born 4 years before Christ at the latest.
Well, that's why I said plus 4.
Well, that's what, so you know that the calendar is wrong. If you're a true Christian, then
Correct.
this year, if you're a true Christian, the true year is 2030 at least, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
And further to that, there was no year 0. They went from -1 to 1. So you have to add another year.
Yeah, we'll forget about that one.
What you don't know is one of my other forthcoming books is all about the calendar because it's quite the rabbit hole, Grace.
So,
well, you should know better than me. You do know the previous Pope confirmed that we don't know the birth date. Don't know the date, don't know the month, don't know the year.
No, but we can maybe judge on some kind of maybe astrological things, or I don't know.
No, that's what people like Jill do, try and guess. You don't guess, that's blasphemy. We don't know. The Pope said we don't know. He didn't say we do know.
If you don't know, you don't know.
Right, so I think it's blasphemy to actually say that you do know.
I don't know.
That's another question. Don't know. My expert is like time travel. My expert is the date of birth, not his divinity, nor his status in the family tree. There is a theory that he had a brother, but my point is he wasn't born on Christmas Day, and no one knows when he was born, and the Pope said so. And therefore, Christmas is a 2,000-year-old lie because it's a pagan festival. So when you're celebrating Christmas, you are celebrating a pagan winter festival. Well done. That is a fact. That is a fact.
Okay. On 3 hours and 6 minutes.
Well, you're the one that brought up Jesus, not me.
No, I know. But it's like, I'm just looking
You
at
went there.
the time clock and...
See, this is why I stick to fiction. Although the Star Trek episode, Bread and Circuses, anyway. No, I do find it quite fascinating.
A little late.
What?
It's getting a little late here.
Okay. It's not because we started talking about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
No. It's like almost 9:30. Like not 9:30, 12:30.
Dave Parker.
Holy crap.
Batman, who's not a superhero. Hey, so what about Dave Parker?
That was massive.
For a cup of tea, that wasn't bad. I've not even opened up my can of V. So is Dave Parker a believer? Because he's done horror movies.
I don't know. I never asked him.
He will hear you. Well, then you should know. I think you're a bit of a stirrer because you're not actually paid. I actually am very careful not to blaspheme or offend anyone's religious sensibilities. That's why I clearly said it's not my business to state whether he was a god or a human, and that way I'm not offending anyone.
My God, like that burping is that's
different.
That was intense.
I just talking about the burping. Yes, Jesus can hear you burping.
That was intense, Captain.
Unless you're an atheist. But yeah, whatever you believe in, whether you think he was a god or a man,
it reminded me,
he had to have a birthday.
It kind of reminded me of when we used to go over to my grandmother's house on Sunday, and my brother and my cousins, they were all having lunch, and they wanted to check like who was the best in burping.
Right.
So everybody had like one of those soft drink bottles, and they would just like start drinking, and like they would have like a burping contest.
Right.
Yeah.
See, I might have a can of V so I can do a big old burp because that's my big. Because now we found out that Daniel was wrong and it's not full of monkey spunk, then I'm back on the V's occasionally. Well, one per shopping trip.
Was crazy.
Like maybe that's the reason the disciples followed him everywhere. What? Because they didn't know when his birthday was.
Oh no. Okay.
That'd be a funny reason.
All right, mon capitaine. I'm going to go to sleep now.
All right, that's brilliant. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for everything.
Oh, my
Thanks
pleasure.
for asking me deep personal questions about my relationship with my father live on air. Let's pick this up again later.
Okay, we'll do so. And you know what? It was really fun being on.
It was fun, actually. I'm surprised. Thank you so much.
Why are you being surprised? Like you're surprised because we had a nice time?
Right? I thought it would be awful, like usual.
Like usual? We have a horrible time with me?
Stop listening to everything I'm saying.
Oh, mamma mia.
It was a joke. I was sarcastic. I meant
oh, good. Okay.
All right. So let me know when you want to do personal psychology. I mean, I get to ask you about your father as well. Mind you, it's easy because he's in the next room, isn't he?
He is, but he's currently snoring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they did. Yeah, my parents did divorce. I'll just give you a free one psychologically. So I didn't grow up with mummy and daddy. Although plenty of people told me, "Oh, Captain, I grew up wishing my parents would divorce," and that was a big realization that the grass is always greener on the other side of the hill. There's plenty of people out there who grew up in a house where their parents didn't divorce that was absolutely awful. So it's no guarantee of anything either way.
That is correct.
Right. So there's the thing.
Yep.
Yep.
So on that note, Captain, I shall bid
On
you
that.
good night. Buonanotte.
Bonne notte, bon nuit, au revoir, Pee-wee, au revoir.
Au revoir. And we'll talk soon.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, you did that one on purpose.
Well, of course I bid it. Well, I can't actually make the burps come, so that was a bit of luck, that one.
No, I think you did it on purpose. You say, okay,
Well, I did it
well,
on purpose because it was
let's
coming.
give her one for the road.
I can't burp on cue. It was pure luck. I mean, I failed to suppress it on purpose. I fully took
You did
advantage.
it on. I know you did it on purpose. Oh my
I
god! You
can't
see,
make
that's
it
even
burp.
worse.
Anyway, quick
Oh
go
my-
before I start burping more. It's been
Okay.
great though. Quick,
Okay.
quick while you're ahead.
Okay. Au revoir.
Cheers. Bye. Au
Bye bye.
revoir.
Bye bye. Thanks everybody for listening. Bye bye.
Yeah, thanks both of you.
Bye.
Yay. Wow, Department of Ecstasy is getting deep. Let's go back to the trauma question. Let's grasp that in us all. I know, here comes another one. Oh, and here comes another guest. Suzanne. Hello, Suzanne.
Hello, Captain. How are you?
Oh, really good. Well, I don't know. I'm just been given some psychology. It's like, I think I'm good, but am I?
I heard.
Right? Yeah, I got the full Blade Runner treatment. It's like, what is this, Voight Kampf or something? My goodness, what next? You're at a dinner. The dessert is monkey brains.
You
Mm.
never know.
Oh, look, here comes another deep one. Department says, I wonder what the captain thinks about karma. Oh, I like it. I think it's good. I believe in it, but then I don't believe in beliefs. Just because I believe in it doesn't mean I'm right, does it? But yeah, broadly speaking, it's been my experience. A lot of the times you don't actually have to take revenge on people because karma will take its course. Like it will with
Agreed.
Jake Sci-Fi and LDG and Mikey and Scotty and all the other horrible, nasty people on YouTube, of which there's so many.
Agreed.
Right? Yeah, do you like the way LDG told me off for talking about these things? So I banned him.
Oh, about moving on, just move
Yeah.
onward or something?
Yeah, of course he said moving on. He literally was behind the striking of my channel. Of course he'd say move on. He's in the firing line for justice. I'm not moving on. I refuse to move on. That's unprocessed trauma. Trauma, isn't it?
Ah,
Like you say, revenge is a dish best served cold, or you just wait for karma. But no, I think you'll find that I'm not done with LDG or J Sci-Fi Nation by a long fucking chalk. No way, no how. Just like you're not done with Mikey. In fact, doing nothing, it's good karma. It allows bad karma to come to the bad people. It's good karma for you because you're not doing anything
amen.
bad. And they're shitting their pants every morning because they have to spend the rest of their lives looking over their shoulders.
You got it.
Beautiful,
Now
isn't
you
it?
see where I'm coming from.
Yeah, see, you're right, Suzanne. Sometimes the best revenge is doing nothing.
Cold and unexpected. So they're always
Right.
watching for it, always looking.
There you go.
But
So, yeah.
speaking
So,
of
J
Mikey,
Sci-Fi, Mikey,
poor
the
guy.
others, he can't sleep. But yeah, the whole, oh, my wife's a minister. That's no, she's not.
Oh, poor Mikey.
Right.
Poor Mikey. He's being
Yeah.
haunted now. He's got spirits coming on his streams
There
and
you
in the room
go.
he's in. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. No peace for the wicked, right, Suzanne?
That's what you say.
Yeah.
But they're seemingly they're drawn to his wife. Well, you know what? No evil spirit is drawn to someone that's holy.
True
That's all I
story.
gotta say.
Right. Like goes to like.
That's right.
Bad goes to bad. That's why he's surrounded by fleas and bed bugs.
He claimed on stream tonight that all these dark spirits and entities gravitate towards his wife.
Well,
Wow.
because they're probably looking for him. They got lost. One person over. Next sinner over, you Egypts. Citizen says, Castle Grayskull, good to hear you on the panel. Well, yes, someone had to come up, Citizen, because you let me down. Suzanne, she's back again. Oh, I hope she comes on the panel. Oh, hi, Suzanne.
Did Citizen still not come up?
Nah. Oh well.
Oh, you bugger.
He's still welcome, but it's a vicious circle now because I'm gonna rag on him for not coming up, and he's not gonna come up because I'm ragging on him. Plus, department's gone. Good night, department. Good night. Oh, just as you were getting deep on the psychology, still it's because he forgets to breathe when he's talking too much. He sucks in there like a blowfish between work. Well, if you'd come up, I would have had to take a pause to listen to you, but you didn't. Just a theory and a fervent prayer. Moving on. Stream killer. Moving on. And then Grace says, "Hi, Suzanne. I just
Hi,
missed
Gracie.
you." True story. They also say if you seek revenge, you may as well dig two graves. That is also a true story. Well, then I guess I'm going to have to dig two graves. See, I think all these cliches that are anti revenge are basically made up by people like LDG that want to do bad shit to people and think they can get away with it scot free. Well, newsflash for Louis, you ain't getting away with shit.
Well, you know what I say to that digging two graves thing, eh?
What's that?
I'm getting cremated, motherfucker. I ain't got to dig no hole.
There you go. Plenty of holes in the desert. Grace says, "Good night, everyone. Thanks for having me on again. It was fun." It was fun. That is a true story. The best revenge is being the chillest version of yourself or whatever. Yep,
Yep,
I do agree with that. That's why only
you
Citizen can
betcha.
get to me. Yeah, never let Scotty get to you. Peace, says Grace. True story. Take care, Grace,
I,
says Citizen. And also, dark entities are attracted to people with dark energies. And that is why
exactly.
that's why Scotty's always miserable.
So why would they attract themselves to a preacher, a minister, as he puts it?
Because she's possessed by the devil. Well, you got to be doing something wrong to be married to that fucking living thumb.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, Citizen likes him, but he likes playing devil's advocate. Right, I've just opened a big old can of pop, a V energy drink. So, warning, major belching will commence. Thanks to Daniel, though, I still can't help thinking it's just full of monkey jizz, but apparently it isn't.
No.
Gorilla's random outputs. Oh, it's starting already. I'll
Yeah,
tell
he
you
had a
what, not
weird stream tonight.
it's been very weird. Tell you what, though,
No,
not
Gorilla had
watching
a
back.
weird one.
You had a weird one. Who? What?
Gorilla had a
Mikey had.
weird one.
Who did? Mikey.
Gorilla.
Oh, Gorilla. I should let you get a word in edgeways. Gorilla, you say? Why? What happened
Yeah, it
on?
was.
What happened? Cam
I
show up?
can't even
Start
tell
off?
you. It was that bizarre. They were
Okay.
talking about oh god, the Prince Andrew thing and some
Okay. Well, you
politics
won't catch me
thing and
going there.
some other crap thing and
Yeah.
yeah,
See, like when Cam was arguing with PvP, the argument was funny, but the very depressing current affairs and politics they were talking about, I was just like, oh, I do not need to be hearing this. This is pretty. Yeah, we are talking about the most foul, disgusting aspects of human behavior. Not really
right,
something. Goes back to attracting it. See, this is actually good timing, Suzanne. This is why I don't talk about or even allow talking about these disgusting things on my channel because I don't want to be attracting that kind of negative energy. You can see the logic now,
exactly.
right?
Bingo, bingo, bingo.
There you go. That's why even with the constant arguing with people, we're generally having a good time on YouTube, and that's why I do not want to be talking about the news because it's full of some fucked up, repugnant shit right now.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
How many timelines in Back to the Future 2? Well, that's the thing. I don't know about timeline E. And remember, it starts with timeline C. Well, actually, it starts with B and goes to C. So the new ones are D, E, and F. And the thing is, D gets created off screen. No, and I can't. There's no answer. I gotta. If you don't come up, you can fuck off, citizen. I kept my half of the deal. I watched Back to the Future too. You want to talk about it? Get your ass up here. You don't get your ass up here, I'm not going to talk about it. I think there's four if you treat it as a standalone movie.
Well, if you treat it as a standalone movie, then you can ditch timeline A, but it starts in timeline B. I'll go this far, but I've covered it. Poor Suzanne's heard me talk about this with Daniel. So I've got to say, Daniel did very well. He's earned his position at level 3 on the pyramid because
Oh,
I
he
was
is.
giving because I was throwing him some obscure curveballs, and he was getting almost all of them.
He's a smart boy.
Yep. So to recap, for those of you that like a headache, Grace, if you're still listening, this is really for people at level 4 and above. This is really, I mean, and quite frankly, a lot of people, when they're like, you know what, after a point, Captain, I don't care. Even I'm like, I don't blame you because I'm at my limit now. But basically, Back to the Future 2 repeats the last 5 minutes of Back to the Future 1 in both the end of Back to the Future 1 at the start of Back to the Future 2. You start off with Marty, or finish off with Marty A having a tongue sandwich with Gen B in 1985 of Timeline B. And then what you could call the Dalek 451 realization, the timeline that almost everyone misses. Then Doc Brown Doc B travels from 2015, where he was off screen, to 1985, where he appears on screen in a golden flash of light, interrupting Jen and Marty A. Marty A, Gen B having a tongue sandwich. Doc shows up, and by showing up, he creates Timeline C. And that means you've now got Doc Brown B arriving in DeLorean A, creating Timeline C, and therefore Marty C and Gen C. And that's the simple way to describe it. For the real heads, level 4 and above, you're looking at Marty C, open bracket A, close bracket, and Gen C, open bracket B, close bracket, as well as Doc B, who's only Doc B because he's the original, although, of course, Timeline B was cleft from Timeline A back in 1955. So both the end of the first movie and the start of the second movie, you have Timeline B and Timeline C. Therefore, literally 5 minutes into the second movie, you've already got 2 timelines, Timeline B and Timeline C. And then they go forwards in time 30 years to the year 2015, which is where the first movie stops. And of course, by going forwards in time, they stay in the same timeline. That's not a time travel issue. It's a self-consistency issue, like Einstein the dog, one of the many things LDG doesn't understand because he's too stupid. How you doing? And so therefore, as per the rules of time travel set up by Bob Gale and Robert Zemeckis in the first movie, and remember, Jill tells you, try and remember to respect the intention of the author. Going forwards in time keeps you in the same timeline. You know, like Marty A going from 1955 timeline B to 1985 timeline B. Therefore, Doc Marty and Jen, so that's Doc B, Marty C, Gen C, and DeLorean A. The moment they go from 1985 to 2015, they should arrive in 2015 of Timeline C, the same timeline, which means when they get there, they're not there. They haven't had
Breathe.
kids.
Breathe.
It's like oral
Breathe some
sex.
more. Holy damn, that was fast.
And then anyway, so the movie can't happen because they should be in the 2015 of Timeline C, and therefore the only way they can get to Timeline B, where they had kids, is timeline shunting. Oh, look! Hey Harlem.
He didn't realize I was live.
No, I did.
Oh,
Harlem, have you seen Back to the Future?
I think he has. Harlem,
Yeah?
do you remember the movie Back to the Future?
Future
Huh?
I love the Back to the Future trilogy.
You
No,
fucking
I
love the
said Back to
trilogy.
the Future, not the trilogy, just the first movie.
Yeah, he's seen them all.
Yeah.
How many timelines in Back to the Future, Harlem?
I haven't watched the movie in over 10 years, so I don't fucking remember. I just know I
There's
like
no
them.
need to get defensive. You just said you love that trilogy. I'm just asking a
Not
question.
being
Calm
defensive,
down.
I just swear a lot.
Yes, you do swear a lot.
Tell what if you're using I haven't watched that movie as an excuse, you You rewatch that movie, young man, then you tell me how many timelines. Clue, it's more than one.
Alright.
All right. Well,
See,
you're a
you haven't
smart
seen it
kid,
longer
so
than I have.
because the time traveler can't prevent their own birth. So, what?
Oh,
Huh?
he's yapping something away
Okay.
in the other room, yapping.
All right. Enjoy your nana's chocolate that you stole.
I know, right? He's going to the store for me tomorrow.
He better. Wow, I just finished brushing my teeth. Good night. Wow. That's a lot of teeth, yo. You're lucky you're going to bed because I'm drinking a big old can of fizzy pop. I'm going to be doing some massive belches now.
Oh, lucky you.
Because I've pretty much, Suzanne, given up energy drinks, but therefore when I go grocery shopping, I get one big old can of Blue V because I love that shiz. It's got guarana in it. I don't even know what gingham is, but I love it.
Be right back.
Suzanne's going to start shaking down Harlem for how many timelines in Back to the Future. Funny, in one breath, he goes, I love that trilogy. Start asking questions. Oh, mister, I haven't seen it in 10 years. Don't shoot, mister. I'm like Strickland up in this mofo. Basically, I'm Strickland when it comes to time travel. And I don't want to be dealing with no slackers. So, no, citizen, that's why I cannot have that conversation without you. I mean, it's you left when I talked about the whole thing with Daniel for like 2 hours. Basically, timeline B, C, D gets created off screen when Biff goes backwards in time to 1955 and gives younger Biff the almanac in 1955. That happens off screen. That is an off screen timeline. Not a Jens. I mean, Jens has poisoned the term. When Jens says off screen timeline, he means bullshit, imaginary, made up, non existent timeline. But when I say off screen timeline, I mean an off screen timeline that happened according to the movie, not because Jens started lying about it. So later, Doc and Marty are clearly talking about how Biff off screen stole the DeLorean and went to 1955. Therefore, that is the creation of off screen timeline D. Now, but then Doc and Marty go backwards separately, which technically means they create timeline E, but they end up in the timeline D for dickhead, the dickhead timeline, the bad 1985. The one where Lorraine's got big fake tits. In fact, that's why it's called timeline D, because suddenly Lorraine's got a D cup. She's got a double. That's your aid memoir. It's called Timeline D because Lorraine has got married to Biff and she's got a D cup. That's why it's Timeline D cup. That should be easier. But technically, huh?
I said, alrighty then.
I know it's a nightmare. So that's why if Citizen doesn't come up, and he won't because he hasn't got the balls or the brains to
I
think
hope he
about
comes
time.
up.
He won't come up. He's got no balls, no brains. You know why? Because he's chicken.
No, he just wants you to talk to him nice.
Well, good luck with that. I don't talk to anyone nice except you and Grace.
Pretty much.
Right? No, I mean, talk to him. I would talk to him nicely if he didn't falsely accuse me of striking his channel yesterday, which I call slander, and then laugh about it. Seems like a
I didn't even know he
double
had a channel.
standard. Huh?
I didn't even know he had a channel.
Right, well, he doesn't now because J Sci-Fi Nation struck it, but I'm getting the blame.
I have not heard from Jay since that nonsense with Mikey.
Well, I've not
Not a piece.
heard from Jay since I did a show called Jay is Stupid because he doesn't get silly on the edge of forever.
The last time I talked to Jay was when you two did that stream.
That was like
That's it.
That was about 15 shows ago. Mind you, it was also 2 days ago. I've been very busy on YouTube. But about 22 hours ago, I did a show. I did a show last night. Daniel and Tony were in the chat, basically called Jay is Stupid. And Scotty and Jill aren't that smart either because they don't get City on the edge of forever. Because Jay thinks it's a closed loop. It isn't. And therefore, Jay is thick as shit.
So I've bet him $500 to come up here, and whoever's wrong, so he can basically hand over $500. And strangely enough, he hasn't. You know why? Because like DVB, he's chicken because he knows he's wrong.
There's a lot of that out there.
Right, a lot of wrong people. That's why I love having a channel. In fact, ironically enough, when Scotty was doing his big 2-hour shout-a-thon, one of the things he complained about is like, oh, you've got a channel where you can talk about people without me disagreeing with you. And I was thinking, yeah, you say it like it's a bad thing. So Scotty made me realise I'm going to do it more. I'm going to slag off Scotty, Jill, and Sci-Fi. Not personally, nothing about their personal lives. Well, Scotty, it's open season on Scotty. But no, I'm not talking about Jay or Jill's personal lives, just the fact that they don't get time travel. It's fine. You don't get it. You're tourists. You can't think properly. It's fine. It's not a problem. You're fine people. You just can't, your brains don't work. It's not my fault.
Oh,
So Scotty made me realise that it annoys him when I use my power as a YouTuber to call out people for their dumb shit. So now I'm going to do it even more. And that's why I've done 9 streams in the last 2 days.
oh, I'm getting the robot-y thing. I'm going to go out back into the chat where I can at least hear you.
All right. See you in the chat. Well, with no one to stop me, I'm just going to do lots of burping now. But yeah, Jay, I had been bumping Jay up the pyramid. And then I finally realised that Jens was right. He was just basically copying what I said, parrot fashion. And he proved it because now I'm challenging people to talk about Star Trek, City on the Edge of Forever, Back to the Future 2, and Time Cop. And they don't get it. They don't get it. I mean, Jens don't get it, but we know Jens doesn't get it. Jens doesn't get the first Back to the Future, and that's the easy one. No, he's a great filmmaker. He's a shit guitar player. And when it comes to time travel, he's one of the dumbest motherfuckers out there. But then again, compared to LDG, Scotty, and Jill, and Sci-Fi, he's a fucking genius. So it's just, hence the pyramid. You know, a lot of people are dumb. Some are dumber than others. Some are smarter than others. That's why Suzanne's made it up to level 2, and now Daniel's got to level 3, and then Citizen was at level 4. But now I don't think he understands Back to the Future 2 because he's failed to figure out that there's a question mark over one of the timelines. And so, unless he comes up, he's going to get demoted to level 3. But that's the thing. Grace got demoted to level 3, but she took it in her stride, and she's going to do a poster, and she's going to go back up to level 4. In the meanwhile, Scotty's at level 0, but that's a climb up because he was at level -1 with Eugene Birdbrain. So it's all relative, or indeed it's all absolute. I mean, is Grace disappointed to be at level 3? Is Scotty pleased to be at level 0? Because Grace has moved down and Scotty's moved up. And yet Scotty's 3 levels below Grace. Scotty moved up to level 0. Jill moved down to level 0. She moved up to level 1 for saying, yes, I agree that the time traveler cannot prevent their own birth. That is your criteria for getting to level 1. But then she said, I refuse to disavow Back to the Future. Well, that's cognitive dissonance, Jill, because Back to the Future breaks that core law. Back to the Future shows us the time traveler about to prevent their own birth. So how can Scotty and Jill, and I think Scotty's only copying Jill, anti-derivative Jill, respected YouTuber, subscribe to Jill now, anti-derivative Jill on YouTube. But Jill, how can you claim to respect the core law, the idea that the time traveler cannot prevent their own birth, while refusing to disavow a movie where the time traveler prevents their own birth? Make it make sense, Jill. You're giving me cognitive dissonance. You're supposed to issue obfuscation. Citizen, go on panel so he can hear your thoughts. Well, he won't because he's a letdown. So, one of them, innit? I'm like 11 minutes behind on the stream. So, well, that's no excuse. Now is now. Yeah, But I'm not going to beg. If he doesn't come up, he's done. He's chicken. I'll put it in the chat so you can read it. Citizen is to come on panel. There we go. Anyway, more burpee fuel for me, please. I mean, I can do some relatively decent burps just on a cup of tea with a big can of V. Well, that makes it worse. You're all set up and you didn't do it, you fickle fuck. That makes it worse. Chicken. Buck, 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 buck. Oh, that's just a practice one. He's not the only person to let me down. Cam was going to come on. I got a DM from Cam saying he's not allowed on the panel. It's my panel. Of course you're requested, Cam. Yes, I'm afraid. Good, you should be. But yeah, the answer to how many timelines in Back to the Future 2, which I did watch last night, I did my part. There's no easy answer because timeline E is a question mark. Blah, blah, blah. I'm going to pull a Jens, just not going to bother reading them. One of them, innit? I fucking told you. All right, we're going to have 8 minutes of silence while DVB catches up. So, DVB, when you get to this point, there's nothing for 8 minutes and you can skip to now. Now is now, sir. Special treat. One off. Even on my next grocery trip, I will not be buying another huge can of V. It's just a one-off special treat. A reward for going shopping. You ever do that? Just get a one-off thing to reward yourself for going. Harlem is late night cooking. I swear it's a guy thing. Right? What he needs to be doing is watching Back to the Future, telling me how many timelines. Yes, ice cream, but only when I'm frightened. But yeah, J Sci-Fi Nation really has exposed his ignorance. Not only did he strike Citizen's Channel, probably, he started opening his mouth about Star Trek. TOS, City on the Edge of Forever. And he's got it wrong. I've got $500 right here saying that sci-fi is full of shit. He won't take the bet because he knows I'm the fucking master. You can't beat me on time travel. I'm undefeated. City on the Edge of Forever is not a fucking closed loop. Who is Jay? He's the guy that struck your channel. Probably. I can't prove it.
but I've got policeman instinct. I fucking know he did it. I fucking know. But I will say one thing for Back to the Future 2. It did bring up, well, not a new issue, another one of them. Something so obvious. Why do I even have to? I'm not going to add another 4 pages, but I easily could. Is there any way I can get off the pyramid? Yeah, you're sliding down. Yeah, by not coming on the pyramid. No, you can't get off the pyramid. Yeah, you can get stuck beneath the pyramid. Sure, I'll put you down to level 0. You can keep Scotty and Jill company and the other morons. Yeah, he used to be at Citizen used to be at the top, but today he fucked up. Until today, he was at level 4. But if you can't talk about Back to the Future 2, then he's obviously not qualified. I bet Citizen will be happy to talk to Jens about Back to the Future 2. Is that who you could tell? Oh, just hold me, Captain. So yeah, not only is J Sci-Fi Nation a notorious channel striker and self-confessed communist, he's been overestimated by me in his ability to understand time travel to the past in fiction. So I think he's back down to level 1. He certainly hasn't got a clue about Star Trek. Dear oh dear. Embarrassing. Suzanne points out to Citizen, J is J Sci-Fi Nation. How you doing? Proven channel striker. Unrepentant proven channel striker. The button man. He did it to me. He can do it to you. God, that's almost the entire can already. That is hilarious. So funny. Yeah, we just assume you're stupid and ignorant. You don't get time travel in Back to the Future 2, Citizen. Oh, bless. I got a like from Mark D with a C. Does he know I gave him a name check? Mark D with a C doesn't like time travel. A lot of people don't. But he does like City on the Edge of Forever. There's something in that. Right, but you keep going to his channel, but you won't come on mine. Oh, well, it's up to you. But yeah, I agree.
You are correct. Naughty Jens. Oh, well, Jens is nice to Grace and Suzanne. God, I'm like Jens in that regard. I'm only nice to Grace. As long as everyone's nice to Grace and Suzanne, then no one else really matters. No one's ever really gone. Oh, yeah, that is good belching material, that is. Got my first new subscriber in 2 weeks. What do you fucking do? Yeah, then he pushed you off the air, didn't he? That's what he does. He blocks people, bans them, and if he's really in a bad mood, he'll strike your channel as well. He's a self-confessed communist. So he's not intelligent enough to tolerate ideas better than his. So he just bans and blocks them. It's a behavior pattern by now that's been well established. I'm actually glad that I'm banned from Sci-Fi Nation's channel permanently until further notice, but he is still welcome here because I'm not a communist. I'm a red, white, and blue, true-blooded American. I'm all about freedom of speech, the pioneering spirit of the rugged individual, and I'm all about manifest destiny. America! Fuck yeah! Sticking it to Michigania because they're a bunch of communists. Wow, that was a whole can of V. And I'm talking about the big ass cans, 500 milliliters. Whatever that is in pints. Chicken says, remember that time Sci-Fi was like demonically possessed while we were on panel with him? That was probably the influence of Mikey, because Mikey is demonically possessed, if not by Satan herself. He was like speaking in evil demon speak and stuff. He's well, that would make sense. That is probably, maybe that's when the demon moved to Mikey. Maybe they're sharing two bodies, who knows, or one demon. Maybe Mikey and Jay are sharing one demon between them. You know, you got to remember that I ain't got to do shit when you're not on the panel after you promised me to. Oh, I had my headphones ready and everything. Well, then get your ass up here because I need your advice. I admit it. We were both like, what the hell? Yeah, screw that. Fuck all that noise, Silent Bob. I freely admit I've got a question about Back to the Future Part 2, specifically about Timeline E. He would come up, folks, but he's too chicken. Who else can I talk to about it? Grace, she hasn't even watched it, and she's never going to watch Back to the Future 2. You did well. It's all right. Even you did promise, and I've got it in writing from you yesterday. So you're just not a man of your word. You did promise, and I'll publish the screenshot on Twitter if you continue to lie. You are a slandering piece of shit. Well, you are. That's a fact. You are a slandering piece of shit. You slandered me at the end of the show yesterday, and then you laughed about it in the comments. But that's got nothing to do with the fact that I did watch Back to the Future 2. Even Jay can separate beefs from time travel talk. We can talk about that some other time. But you are a slandering piece of shit. You slandered me yesterday. And then you laughed that I rage quit, which I didn't. Because you're the only person that understands the time travel in Back to the Future 2. Do you want me to say it plainly to make you feel good? Nobody else is at your level, citizen. You are probably, literally, the only person on the planet that I can talk to about the time travel in Back to the Future 2. Nobody else is at your level. Tony is, but he's not here. So actually, Tony, wait, there is another. Tony is the layer. Maybe I don't need you, but Grace is at your level, but she hasn't watched Back to the Future 1, let alone Back to the Future 2. Clobbering Times could do it, but he's dead. Ditto Bird of Prey 5. So at the moment, apart from Tony, nobody else is at your level. I admit it. It's a fact. Even Jay can put personal feelings aside to talk about time travel. Even Jay Sci-Fi Nation. I can't stand him and he can't stand me. But we can talk about time travel anytime, any place, anywhere until Grumpy Scotty shows up with his big old bag of negativity to ruin the show for everyone, which is exactly what happened the other day. Feels like months ago now. This has been, even for YouTube, this has been a very action-packed week. In the last 7 days, after 6 years, I finally labelled Scotty as a friend, capital F. Then I blocked him because he shouted at me for 2 hours, ruining my triumphant return to the Sci-Fi Channel. And even just by going to the Sci-Fi Channel, I in turn got in trouble with Cam, who laughed at me. In hindsight, he was right. Go back for more punishment, Captain, you fool. So I'm starting to lose count, but I've now been fucked over by Sci-Fi 3 times. First time is when he struck my channel. Second time is when he blocked me from his panel for no reason. And third time is when he blocked me from his panel again. At least this time he had a reason. And the reason is Scotty turned it into an argument. So Scotty started arguing and I got put backstage. And then on my channel, Sci-Fi admitted in public that Scotty should have gone backstage. I mean, I think instead of me, Sci-Fi said as well as me. But that's playing to the crowd. No, I do. But I don't know what you argue. That's why I need you up here. I'm big enough to admit I'm confused about one of them. I'm confused about timeline E. Oh, well, there is another. If you don't come up, then I'm going to make Tony the only alive person at level 4. And maybe he can explain it. But if I don't get it, no one gets it. I suffered the indignity of watching Back to the Future 2. It's not up to you. You can't do it. That's not how the pyramid works. You don't have a say That's not how it works, idiot. Oh well, you've let me down in public. Everyone, you all saw him. He made me a promise. This time yesterday, he promised to come on the panel, and now it proves he lied. He lied. He lied to me. He lied to you. He lied to himself. Yep, let down by a citizen. I'm disappointed, but I'm not really surprised. Goodbye. Going away now. Doing busy things. Bye. That's right, I'm doing a show Almost forgot. I forgot you all existed. Well, too late. I went in the garden. I got bored of you fuckers. So, you know, the real world of action on 4 hours. You're like Jay Sci-Fi, you disingenuous fuck. You're not here. You're in the chat. You fucking piece of shit, lying cunt motherfucker. Bye. Enjoy being on your own in the chat. Has he gone? Good. All right. Where are we? Well, you're not here because I've just banned you permanently. There you go. That is the price you pay for letting me down. Permanent. Well, no one's ever really gone, but no one's here, are they? I've just banned Citizen from the chat forever because he lied to me. He let me down, and I don't think that's remotely amusing. So there you go. Goodbye, Citizen. Go and fuck over other people. I don't need you. I don't need you in the chat. Take your weak self-justification and stick it up Uranus or some other distant planet. That's 2 people permanently banned, permanently, until I make it temporary, banned from the chat. Louie and Citizen Fuckwit. And that's me in a good mood. People need to learn, if you let me down, I'm not going to let you do it again. Well, I hate to admit it, but Jens was right. Even a stop clock gives the right time twice a day. And that stopped clock is Jens. But once or twice a day, he will say something that isn't bullshit, as long as he stays off the topic of time travel. And that is Jens's pearl of wisdom. If you tolerate abuse, like I did with Scotty, if you allow yourself to be a willing victim in an abusive relationship, then congratulations, idiot. You are the enabler. How desperate are you to be liked? And that's why Scotty is blocked. Louis is banned from the chat. And so is Citizen. Because he broke a promise to me. Not just a random people break promises all the time, but we did a deal. I kept my side of the bargain. I did something I've made a point of not doing for 36 years, and that is rewatching Back to the Future 2. So I wasted 90 minutes of my life. Well, I was also working on my comic at the time. If there's no time travel, I don't have to watch that shit. So I did something. I compromised myself. I did something I knew I wouldn't enjoy doing because it was part of a deal. I kept my side of the bargain. But citizen Alfred Molina decided to lie. I threw him the idol. I watched Back to the Future 2. He refused to throw me the whip. He abused my trust, like Bryan Singer at that pool party. I mean, with the audience of The Usual Suspects. That is why my good friend Citizen, one of the smartest people I know when it comes to time travel to the past in fiction, there is almost no finer mind than Citizen 333. But he's a slanderer and he let me down. I did something quid pro quo, Clarice. And so I just banned him for life from the chat, just like LDG. I don't need that nonsense. I'm not going to tolerate it. Just like I won't tolerate being shouted at by Scotty. Try that again in real life, Scotty. See how far it gets you. Scotty was right. This is my safe space. This is my platform. This is where I can talk uninterrupted. You lurkers have to suck it up. So when I call out anti-derivative Jill for being anti-logic Jill by contradicting herself, then if you don't like it, Scotty, unlike Citizen, you are not banned from the chat. So come up and talk about it. Or don't. I don't care either way. How you doing? One of them, isn't it? Boo doo boo boo boo. Welcome to Nothing on Friday night, at least for me. For me, this is Friday night. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Damn, I go away for a moment and stuff happens. Yep, Citizen has been permanently banned from the chat. And I'll do the same thing to anyone for breaking a promise. Worse than a promise. Actually, I take it back. People break promises to me all the time, but we had a deal and I spent 90 minutes of my life doing something. And that's it. Citizen failed to keep up his end of the deal. He let me down. He's got no self-respect. I'm done with him. Boo 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 boo. If you don't have self-respect, you don't have anything. Suzanne, you and Grace, why is it the only people that apologize are the only people that have nothing to apologize for? Suzanne and Grace, you are the two angels of the channel. The other one is either dead or she left. Either way, she's not here. Interesting. I grew up with the saying that character is determined by what you do when no one is looking. Now, that's funny because I've never heard that ever in my life. And yet I happen to have reached the same conclusion myself. And with all due respect to atheists, maybe there is something. I mean, there's many religions out there, but for everyone apart from the atheists, maybe the agnostics, if you believe that God is watching you 24/7, that might help you behave yourself. And that does indeed speak to Mikey slags people off behind their backs. I know he slagged me off to Jay and Boring Santa. Otherwise, why did Jay and Boring Santa ban me from their channel for no reason? Answer: because Mikey was talking about me, meaning in a bad way, behind my back, where I do my slagging off live on air, so everyone knows I'm doing it. Now, as mentioned, the real moral thing to do is to contact someone in private. But I can't complain to Scotty about Scotty in private because I blocked him. But I dare say there actually is a correlation between solitude and spirituality. And even if you don't do it literally, maybe you should do it literally, but I would recommend everyone spends 40 days alone in the desert. Getting tempted by Mikey. LaMafau, I grew up in the Roman Catholic Church. Mikey's got nothing to throw at me that I can't handle. Well, because Mikey's possessed by Satan. I'm not being remotely ironic, sarcastic, or snarky when I say Mikey is, in my opinion, possessed by Satan. Scogli, what happened? Well, Scogli, so much, but specifically, what movie have I spent 36 years, 37 years avoiding rewatching? Well, you haven't known me for that long. My 6 years on YouTube. What time travel movie have I consistently refused to rewatch? Back to the Future 2. Which movie did I watch last night as part of a 2-part deal I made with Citizen? Back to the Future 2. What was the second part of that deal? That Citizen would come on my panel today to discuss the number of timelines in Back to the Future 2. Did Citizen? Yes, yes, you got it. If I got there in time, correct, spot on. So I watched Back to the Future 2, something I've managed to avoid doing since the year of its release, 1989. And it was as horrible and boring and traumatic experience, basically the movie equivalent of being shouted at by Scotty for 2 hours. Certainly felt like 2 hours. And then when it came for Citizen to take his turn for his part of the deal, because my rewatching Back to the Future 2 was Citizen's idea. I've got it live on air. It's a matter of record. Citizen promised that he would come on my panel to discuss Back to the Future 2. Citizen failed to do so. He even said, I was about to. So I've just blocked him from the chat forever. I've banned him. Not timed him out, banned and blocked him. And you know how much I hate being banned and blocked. So for me to do it, it's the whiff of hypocrisy. You've got to really do something bad for me to ban and block you. J Sci-Fi Nation struck my channel and then banned me from his panel twice. I'm banned from it now. Sci-Fi Nation is still welcome in my chat and on my panel because I believe in freedom of speech. But Citizen is basically the Alfred Molina from Raiders of the Lost Ark of YouTube. I threw him the idol and he did not throw me the whip. He said, adios, senor, and fucked off. What a lying scumbag. So I'm done with his sorry ass. After being shouted at by Scotty for 2 hours, I'm afraid no more Mr. Nice Guy. You mean this was you being a nice guy, Captain? What are you like when you're on the warpath? Well, you fuckers are about to find out. Citizen just did. Boo 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 boo. I'm trying to remember what Citizen's other name is. Argumentative fuckwit. The guy that's ignorant of how YouTube works. I'll get it in a minute. Mr. Slander. Mr. Oh, you struck my channel. No, Sci-Fi Nation. Probably. Oh, that's it, DVB. Yeah, I used to like him. I used to like him a lot. Mind you, I used to like Scotty a lot. But then again, when I hated Scotty, I was right. Yeah, I think that argument he had with Scogli was the turning point. Things haven't been the same since. So maybe his blocking from the chat today stemmed from the argument he started with Scogli. Maybe he didn't, who knows? My messages are not all getting through. The YouTube censorship strikes again. It happened to not Brian the other day. Well, I think Citizen got my message loud and clear. Omnia mors equat. A bit of Latin for you. Death levels all things. I wonder what's Latin for. It's one of them, innit? Oh, what's that one mean? Unus ex est non. God, there's too many neutral sounding. You got me on that one. Is no. Oh, tell us what it means, Scogely. Put me out of my misery. I'm going to have to look it up. I don't want to pull a Mikey. If I type it in, is it going to tell me to go fuck myself? I guess that's going to be my karma. All right, let's look it up. Let's go to translates or trans early. Not French, Latin. You're supposed to detect the God, the ironic, the app doesn't include Latin, so I've got to go to the website. So what's the point of having the app? How you doing? All right, translate. Oh, now you do accept Latin, you fucking cunt. All right. Unus ex ace est non. Hey, nonny, nonny. Oh, one of them. Sorry, you answered my question. One of them, isn't it? Oh, that is brilliant. Oh, we got Latin for it. It's one of them, isn't it? Oh, that's going in my somewhat pretentious list of Latin phrase. That is going right in at the top. Oh, that is brilliant. Unus ex est non. One of them, isn't it, Gladius? Oh, that is classic. Good one. I immediately forgot what I actually asked for. Brilliant. Thank you, Scogely. That is awesome. Ah, best Latin ever since that one I sent to Mikey. I think I lose more subs than you. I've got no subs to lose. I do keep, I gained my first sub in 3 weeks today. Although no doubt Citizen will unsubscribe, and if he doesn't, then that means he wasn't subscribed in the first place. But yeah, I'm not, well, I do keep attention to I do pay attention, but basically subs don't matter, listeners don't matter, view hours don't matter because I keep deleting my streams. The only thing that matters is having one person on the panel and 3 people in the chat. That's really all I care about. I'm here to exchange ideas. And basically, what you said, one of the most important things I've heard in 6 years on YouTube, Scogely, is when you pointed out that I'm tricking people into thinking logically. And now that I've caught Scotty and Jill contradicting themselves, that's not even a time travel issue. That is a demonstrable inability to think logically. When Scotty and Jill in public contradict themselves. So maybe now I can say I'm not tricking people. I tricked myself. But I can't cherry pick the statement. Scogely said, I've tricked people into thinking logically. And that's been my favorite thing about the time travel mirror pyramids. You don't judge the pyramids, the pyramid judges you. And by the way, I caught myself thinking last night, why is Scogely not at level 4? He's clearly smart enough. Then I realized the answers in the question. Scogely doesn't have anything to prove to anyone. If he wanted to do a poster, he would. I mean, I'm now speaking for you, Scogely. You're right there. But I'm thinking that's what it is. When you're at that level, you don't need to prove anything to anyone. So if there was such a thing as being at level 4 or indeed 5 of the pyramid, with if there was such a thing as an honorary diploma in time travel, then Scogely would get it. I've got rid of all the laws apart from 2, and even the 2 remaining laws are no longer named after the people they were named after. So, funnily enough, the only thing remaining, the only person that actually gets a name check now is Scogely, because there never was a Scogely's law, but there is a Scogely Infeld device, because it's Scogely that got me thinking about timeline shunting. And without timeline shunting, there's no Back to the Future 2, which is a movie I finally watched last night for the first time since 1989, as part of a deal I made with DVB, who lied to me, and now he's blocked from the channel. Funny how, so Scogely talking about timeline shunting was the butterfly that led to the storm 6 months later, give or take, of Citizen being banned from this channel permanently as of half an hour ago.
I assume that movie is substantially worse than you remember. Scogely! So funny you should say that. I mentioned that at the top of the show because, as you know, I'm I don't really care about opinions that much. I might as well try and convince everyone to listen to Boards of Canada because I think they're awesome. But I made an exception for Back to the Future 2 because it's not just the bad time travel. Although if you think the time travel in Back to the Future 1 is terrible, fuck me. Everything. It is one of the most blatantly uninspired, money grubbing, cocaine influenced, in my opinion, piece of shit sequels. That joyless fuck of a movie. Back to the Future 2. Rewatching Back to the Future 2 was the movie equivalent of being shouted at by Scotty for 2 hours. It was awful. The plot was awful. I can suspend my disbelief for time travel. I can even suspend my disbelief just for self contradictory time travel. But I will never believe in any movie that a man and a woman can have a son that looks like a precise clone of the father. What the actual fuck, Bob Gale and Robert Zemeckis? Back to the Future 2 has got to be the biggest disappointment since Scotty pissed away an opportunity for a hot threesome with two women. Scogely, do you know how right you are? It was like getting a flashback. It's like, oh, this is why I've been avoiding rewatching this movie since 1989. I remember being depressed about what I now refer to as Timeline D, the nightmare. D for dickhead, D for Lorraine's D cup. You know, the one where Marty's father is dead and his mother is married to Biff Tannen. D for depressing. But yet it doesn't stop there. What a joyless fuck of a movie it is. The characters have no sympathy from me at all. They are there is no emotional buy-in. The plot is contrived and stupid. There's no jokes. There's one, that happened in the future. No, it happened in the past. So yeah, Michael J. Fox playing several Marty McFlys and his son and his daughter. What are you fucking doing? No, it is. I did all of that for Citizen 33333, and then he fucked me and refused to come on the show, and even teased me in the chat, going, "Oh, I had my headphones plugged in and everything. I'm done with you, Citizen. I should have been done with you a long time ago when you argued with Scogely, who demonstrably knows more about fucking YouTube rules and regulations than you do, or I do for that matter." So yeah, Citizen's done. He's done on this platform. He also slandered me yesterday, and then he laughed at apparently making me rage quit. So in other words, he slandered me, and then he derived joy from making me upset. And then he lied about my being upset because I wasn't upset because I didn't rage quit because I told everyone 2 hours and 15 minutes into the show, it's all on record, that I was going to wrap it up on 3 hours. But he lied in the comment. I made you rage quit. No, you didn't, but you did slander me. So yeah, I'm done with that cunt. Yep. Yep. Many lessons were learned. And that's why the people that I do like, Grace, Suzanne, Scogely, and I've had arguments and disagreements with at least two of those people. Probably going to be three sooner or later if it isn't already. But they keep coming back. So that's the difference. Where Citizen and Scotty, no more boom and bust, no more make-up breakup, and no more disguising slander as sarcasm. Captain, you struck my channel. No, I didn't. Shut the fuck up, you boring cunt, Citizen. So yeah, Scogely, full marks to Scogely. It is way worse than I remember. And I remember it being shit. It was actually so bad, Back to the Future 2, that at certain points it was so bad it was good. My favourite part was when Doc Brown was explaining the multiple timelines in Back to the Future. Multiple timelines, Scotty and Jill. Hey, Jill, anti-derivative Jill, you said respect the author intent. Well, it's now officially canon across the trilogy that Back to the Future 2 is multiple timelines. Therefore, Back to the Future must be multiple timelines. Not just because I said so. You don't believe me, Jill, do you? Or Scotty? But you might believe Doc Brown now that he's made it official. Because if Back to the Future, not if, given that Back to the Future 2 is demonstrably multiple timelines, go, so is Back to the Future 1. Because you cannot change the laws of physics. Made up physics. I mean, real physics. You have to change the laws of physics to have a time travel story. For fuck's sake. To write, watch, or enjoy a time travel story, whether it's Back to the Future, Star Trek, or Time Cop, you have to change the laws of physics. Because time travel to the past is impossible according to the laws of physics. Just ask Yvette. I disagree. I'm building a time machine. Shut the fuck up, Eugene Birdbrain. Shut the fuck up. To write a time travel story, to watch a time travel story, to enjoy a time travel story, you have to break the laws of physics. Once you've made up the laws of physics for your own stupid story, you can't break them again. So, Scotty, you're fucked now, because I have watched Back to the Future 2. And it is part of the official canon, Jill, that the Back to the Future universe is multiple timelines. Checkmate, I think. Scoglie says, looking back at all the conversations we've had with him for the last few years, you can actually see this pattern going all the way back. It just showed up more this time. Well, that's you must be. Normally, I congratulate myself for being the canary in the coal mine. So, Scoglie, dare I give us both the same compliment? I think we are quite sensitive to initial conditions, although in this case, it's you. You spotted it before I did, and now you spotted it retrospectively. Well done. Or maybe I spotted it subconsciously and denied it, like with who's that guy? Who's that annoying guy that doesn't get time travel? Scotty. See, contrary to my reputation, I can be quite lovely. And my problem is I keep forgiving people for fucking things up. So that getting shouted at by Scotty for 2 hours, that changed everything. Is that the first time that I blocked Scotty before he blocked me? Jens has already said, oh, you'll change your mind, Captain. You'll take him back like a battered wife. Well, it's only been 3 days. So far, I haven't. And yep, Citizen's done too. Jens was actually correct in all his piss takes, wasn't he? Jens, the stopped clock can be right proverbially twice a day. If you keep forgiving people that fuck you over, like Cam about J Sci-Fi, then congratulations. You are the enabler, the willing victim in an abusive relationship. I recommend you don't do that. So with all due respect to the positive people like Castle Grayskull and Suzanne when she's feeling generous, I respect people that want to be positive, but it's not going to be a blank check to be a shit anymore. And I'm talking about Scotty and Citizen 333. 2 fuckers that go around acting like butter wouldn't melt in their mouths. I'm totally serious. Scotty, I recommend therapy or moving out of home. Less drinking, more smoking, giving up everything, meditation, going to a monastery, doing some fucking thing, reading a book, writing a book. Certainly stop wasting your life playing video games with a woman that's not going to fuck you, Scotty. Just a bit of advice.
And also try learning about time travel. Scogely's pointed out it's a logic problem, so try and learn something. And that's why Scotty's done and so is Citizen. Because they've had enough chances. They fuck things up. I'm the opposite of Tony. Tony's got too many listeners. He can't afford to care. I've got not enough listeners. No, we're the opposites. Tony has to care. I don't have to. That's the beautiful, the joy in having no subs, no listeners, nothing. Apart from a couple of people now. Scodley and Susan. I've got nothing to lose on YouTube. And even the books, even my precious planned writing career. I do know it's not guaranteed. I know I'm a genius. Got a mirror that tells me that every day. I don't need approval. If I need to, I'll go back to the corporate world. My genius was approved every day. Every day. No, Tony got me thinking. He doesn't want to go back to the 9 to 5. I do. The 9 to 5 was awesome. I love the 9 to 5. Work hard, play hard. You get all your cocktails paid for. And of course, if you're a professional, you don't have sexual relations with people in your office. But if it's the manager of the Sydney office, that's different. Different office, no direct influence over each other's careers, and she's above me. She's in a position above me. Yeah, that's what she said. What do you think? Even in companies where it's not strict policy, generally a bad idea to enter into a sexual and or romantic relationship with someone in your office. But I think if it's a different office, I think if it's literally on the other side of the world and she's the manager, then I think it's fine. Isn't that right, Karen? Karen, you know how hard I have to work to make this money? Karen! So yeah, good call, Scogely. I like to think he wasn't expecting that. Like Scotty, I think so much for both parties, all three parties, which is Scotty, myself, and Citizen. Like so many things, I'm becoming consciously aware that we're doing all these things on a subconscious level. But I think on the subconscious level, Scotty and Citizen are like, oh, Captain's a pushover. He's a pussycat. I can keep treating him like shit and he's going to keep coming back for more punishment. And maybe they used to be right. But Jens actually got it right. And therefore, I am no longer going to be an enabler, the willing victim, me, in an abusive relationship. All I get for my troubles is Scotty going, oh, look at you, you're playing the victim. No, you're trying to make me a victim. I'm not playing anything. And I'm not playing with you. How you doing? Time travel is a logic problem. Jay doesn't get it. Jill doesn't get it. Scotty doesn't get it. Citizen does get it, but he's too busy being a selfish cock to actually play the game. So he can take his expertise and fuck off to another channel. He's not needed here. That simple. As is Jay Sci-Fi. So I really do not envy Tony and his amazing success on YouTube. Because right now he's under a lot of self-imposed financial pressure for more and more growth. Not me. Got my own pressures, not on YouTube. Quite freeing, really. Maybe this is going to be the back of the insomnia. Finally, everything's been worked out. I know who's who. I know who all the players are. And no wonder Louis started going, bygones. You would say that, you fucking channel striker. There will be no bygones. There will be the list. The good list and the naughty list. But yeah, J Sci-Fi Nation forgot that old chestnut. Better to have people think you're a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. Or is it to be silent and think you're a fool? Anyway, you can't get tricks again. J Sci-Fi Nation opened his mouth about his opinions about Star Trek City on the Edge of Forever, claiming that he thinks it's one closed loop. You serious, you dumb fucker? I just looked at LDG's channel and I get more views than he does. You should do. You actually interact with the audience. LDG does nothing apart from strike channels and basically stick his hand down his pants, seeing if there's anything there. A lot of people tell me, oh, LDG, he's pretty smart, or he's dumb, but he's book smart. No, he's just dumb. He's a dumb cunt. He doesn't understand anything. Because as per what Scoglie said, time travel is a test of your ability to think logically. And Louis doesn't get time travel. He's a dumb cunt. He made so many nonsensical statements about fictional time travel that even Yvette started lying to me live on air to cover for him. Oh, he doesn't mean that dumb shit. He's trolling. No, I think he does mean it. He's actually that fucking stupid. I didn't plan for this to happen. Yes, that is correct. I'm now using time travel to measure the intelligence of everyone on YouTube. And there's a lot of people with a reputation for being intelligent. Not that being intelligent is like being good looking. You either are or you aren't. It's not your fault. But maybe it's not actually being intelligent. Maybe it's whether you've got a lazy brain. I mean, time travel isn't real, is it? It shouldn't be that difficult to understand. So maybe LDG and Jill aren't stupid. They're too lazy to think or too stubborn to admit that someone else figured it out before they did. I think lazy brain is a really good way to put it. Nice one. Agreed, Scoglie. Because that gives everyone the opportunity to move up or down the pyramid. It's not some abstract like an IQ test, although I've never taken one. Can they be retaken? Yeah, I think everyone could get to level 4. That's why level 4 requires a poster. If you don't want to do a poster, you don't have to. That's why everyone at level 3 or below can go, well, I could get to level 4, but I didn't want to do a stupid poster. And that's fine. You don't have to. That's why Castle Grayskull got demoted. She could get to level 4, but she hasn't done a poster. She is going to do a poster, and then she'll get back to level 4. And in a way, the pyramid, like so many rainbows of fruit flavors, we could go from 7 levels on the pyramid and make it a binary. Levels -1, 0, and 1. Understanding the basic rule. The time traveler cannot prevent their own birth. Levels 2, 3, 4, and even 5. Understanding that once you apply chaos theory, you have to say no to one malleable timeline. That's it in a nutshell. Say that again, Captain. Buy my book. I can say the same thing so many different ways, and I have. And that's how I got to 120 pages. But it's all summed up on the front cover in 2 lines. Time traveler cannot prevent their own birth. Even Scotty says that's universally accepted. Although it's weird because Scotty doesn't accept it and neither does Jill. Hence the cognitive dissonance. You can't say that you accept the core law if you fail to reject the movie that breaks the core law, namely Back to the Future. Because Back to the Future, right there on screen, has Marty the time traveller preventing their own birth, Jill, Scotty, anyone. Scovely says, so the dog is in the house and then the mailman comes up, and if the dog were to bite the mailman outside at the mailbox, does the dog need to leave the house first? Causality and logic. Causality and logic. Oh, hang on. So the dog is in the house, the mailman comes up, the dog outside at the mailbox, does the dog need to leave the... Yes. Scogely, thanks to Robert My Burnett, there's a new to me, it's 10 if not 20 years old. Time Crimes. Until yesterday, I had never heard of Time Crimes, but then Robert My Burnett mentioned it because it's just been released on 4K, and Robert's all about that physical media. I watched a very detailed review of Time Crimes. Long story short, it seems very confusing, but the movie is perfect. The characters think that time is malleable, but the writer realizes they're wrong. Therefore, thereby, the characters get a sense of dramatic tension by running around trying to make sure certain things happen. But then apparently, I've not watched it myself, according to the review, at the end of Time Crimes, it's revealed that the entire movie is a closed loop. One of the few movies that is perfectly written, very intelligent, confusing in a good way. I haven't seen it, but I've watched a very, very detailed review. Time Crimes, because the backwards time travel isn't 30 years or 1,000 years. It's like 3 hours, and it happens twice. So you've got a character going backwards in time. Well, it starts off with a character observing some weirdo. Spoiler alert, the weirdo is him. And then he travels backwards in time. So the past is, of course, his future. So then you see him become the weirdo. And then he travels backwards in time again and then becomes not so much of a weirdo as he figures out what happens. What looks like a very complicated, contrived and convoluted story is actually very straightforward. It is closed loop. Congratulations, Time Crimes. Contrived, complicated, convoluted. I like that. I might put it in my book. But the reviewer was melting their own brain. But once I realized that the writer is a genius and it's simply a closed loop, I was like, yeah, it's pretty simple. It's basically Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure with extra steps. It's like Cole in 12 Monkeys, but rather than observing himself, he actually meets himself, stabs himself, spoiler alert. It's like Terminator, but without the robots, without the wash day to day. Nothing clean, right? Nothing clean to hide. Your clothes, give them to me.
Captain, why do you keep talking about Scotty and Jill? Well, because it annoys Scotty, quite frankly. Because there's something weird about that. From out of nowhere, in one of our discussions, Scotty said Jill's a really good moral person. I thought, well, that no one was judging Jill for her morals. But then after he said it, I thought, is she though? Because if Jill isn't thick as shit, then why does she refuse to come to the table for the basics of time travel, given that at best it's a lazy brain? I think Jill is neither stupid nor lazy. Ergo, I think Jill is being stubborn. It's the only rational explanation for anti-derivative Jill contradicting herself. And self-contradiction and self-consistency, as Scogli has pointed out, is not even a time travel issue. It is indeed a self-consistency issue. So for Jill to spend the 1 minute that we were allowed to talk to each other in the calendar year of our Lord, 2025, she said, I believe in the one core law. It wasn't called that at the time. I'm time traveling the phrasing. Jill said to me, I accept that the time traveler cannot prevent their own birth. And yet she's also gone on record as saying, yeah, I accept Back to the Future as presented, one malleable timeline. But Jill, anti-derivative Jill, in Back to the Future, Marty the time traveler starts to prevent his own birth. He's disappearing right there on screen. Oh, they didn't go through with it. Yeah, but it started to happen. If they implied it was about to happen, that would be one thing. But it started to happen. Marty started to disappear. Therefore, Back to the Future is guilty of breaking the core law, of saying the time traveler can prevent their own birth. And therefore, Jill is guilty of presenting two mutually exclusive opposing arguments at the same time. That is cognitive dissonance. You're supposed to eschew obfuscation. And I think, unlike Scotty, Jill is too smart to contradict herself so blatantly. And therefore, I think Jill is trolling me. But that's just a theory. It's either that or she's fucking stupid. Those are the options. She is contradicting herself. And I'll continue to talk about it all day, every day for the next 6 years. Mainly because it annoys Scotty. And that's what you get when you shout at me for 2 hours non-stop. Scotty is such a fool. He told me off for having a channel that gives me a platform that allows me to talk about whatever I want within reason, within certain legal limits. I mean, as long as it's true, right? Scotty is annoyed that I'm allowed freedom of speech on YouTube. Well, if it annoys you, Scotty, I'm going to do it more. That's what you get for shouting at me. I was about to say in an aggressive manner, but that is kind of implied, if not inferred by you. In the phrasing, can you shout at someone in a friendly manner? Not really. Can you punch someone in the head sarcastically? Can you run someone over ironically? Not really. Scotty doesn't really think ahead, does he? If you fuck with me, you're gonna regret it. I have to make an example of you, Scotty, to the others. Why do you think we dropped the bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima? It was a message to Uncle Joe Stalin. Well, that's what I believe. We've got the bomb and we will use it. But then two things happened. One, the Russians got the bomb. And then two, the bomb got a fuckload more powerful. And that's now where we've got mutually assured destruction with the very appropriate mad. Nothing personal, doesn't matter who it is. I had the same argument with Jessica. She was too fucking thick to get it too.
or she was taking the piss. I like to think it's the latter, but ultimately it's a moot point. Same with Jill. Whether she's taking the piss or she's stupid, just like Jessica, it doesn't matter. She's refused to accept the logic. The moment that Scoglie confirmed that it is logic, the old time travel, game over, man. I hate to reference McTeague, but basically, once Scoglie, I use Scotty and Scoglie synonymously. No, I do not. Once Scoglie pointed out that time travel to the past in fiction is a logic problem, that was like getting a papal dispensation, isn't it, McTeague? Once Scoglie confirmed that time travel to the past in fiction is logic, game over, man. You get it or you don't. And if binary is too simple, then there's 7 degrees of separation. I mean, there's 7 levels of getting it, but it does start with a binary. You get it or you don't. Scotty doesn't get it. Anti-derivative Jill doesn't get it. J Sci-Fi Nation doesn't get it. Scoglie gets it. Citizen does get it. He's still a cunt though, but that's a different graph. Jens doesn't get it. Daniel gets it. Grace gets it. Suzanne gets it. They're all at level 2 and above on the pyramid. Pretty simple, really. No to unmalleable timeline. Because with a malleable timeline, you're under constant risk of preventing the time traveler's birth, which is the one thing that cannot happen. Scotty claims that this fact that you cannot have the time traveler preventing their own birth retrospectively, Scotty claimed 2 days ago that this fact is universally accepted. Really? Have you listened to Jill recently? She's in denial and acceptance. Hence the cognitive dissonance. So if you want everyone to know you're stupid, then keep denying the facts. They're facts, whether you deny them or not. That's called logic, folks. One of them. In it. Cause and effect. In other news, my comic is going so well. I was saying to Grace earlier, boo-boo, I'm loving it. Even if it makes no money, even if I never finish it, which I will. Because unlike George R.R. Martin, I've written the ending. Or, as per Scoglie's theory, unlike George R.R. Martin, I've written the ending and I'm happy with it. Yay me. Now, fiction is not time travel logic. Fiction is subjective. Although, to an extent, it is objective. It's my job to make sure there's no plot holes. If you're confused, it's because you're meant to be confused, or it should be. If you're confused in places where I don't want you to be confused, then I need to work on my book a bit harder. One of them, innit? Even without the time travel, especially without the time travel. But like with the time travel, there's a world of difference between being confused in a good way, because you're supposed to, and being confused in a bad way, because the script is shit. One of them, innit? Scogli says philosophical consistency is king. I don't judge people on my standards, I judge them on theirs. See, and that's why the golden rule doesn't work, because everyone's got different standards. That is the key. See, the golden rule is bullshit. Treat people how you want to be treated. No, you treat people how they want to be treated. So if you apply the golden rule of morals to thinking and philosophy, correct. Anyway, I'll let them finish. I judge them on theirs. If you claim to be a Christian, I judge you on Christian standards. And that's why Mikey is possessed by the devil. Yeah, I think Mikey, like a lot of YouTubers, something else that Scogli pointed out, I agree with. I didn't come up with it first. Scogli did, certainly before me. I think a lot of YouTubers, a lot of people in the world seem to use their Christianity, their religion, whatever it is, as a shield. I mean, there's another layer. A lot of them don't even actually follow the religion they claim to follow. But whether they do or they don't, whether they're lying or telling them the truth, that's yet another question. The point is, your religion is not a shield. It's the opposite. It's a magnifier. If you claim to follow a religion and imply or want me to infer that this basically holds you to a higher moral standard, then I will hold you to a higher moral standard, and therefore you're now being held to a higher moral standard, Mikey. So you're even worse than the average Joe Schmo schmuck, because you claim to be a Christian, and yet you keep wishing death on Scotty. Even I don't do that. Now, side note, Scotty wishes death upon me. He did so twice on the Sci-Fi Channel 2 days ago. I don't mind. That's his opinion. I think he meant it too. But Scotty's a very angry young man. Well, doesn't know about young or man. Scotty's a very angry old woman. Either way, Scotty's angry. So yeah, Mikey seems to think that his professed Christianity is some kind of shield from criticism. It's quite the opposite. You're now being held by a higher standard, Mikey. And as I mentioned to Suzanne earlier, I think Mikey is possessed by Satan. I recommend an exorcism immediately. That's what I think, said me the other day. Isn't it ironic, don't you think, by pushing me out of the scene, out of the community or that pocket of the community, by slagging me off behind my back, Mikey did me a favour, because now I don't have to put up with boring Jim, the tedious Santa, and Sci-Fi Nation, the moron that doesn't get time travel. Although he's welcome here, I'm not allowed on there. Hooray, thank you. Well done. Where did I pick up the habit of tapping the tea spoon on the cup twice after stirring? When someone gives me a lift, I also pat the roof of the car twice. That's not great evidence for reincarnation, but I really don't know where I picked up those habits. I just do it all the time. Speaking of lacking a segue, I happened to wake up to a documentary about Philip K. Dick, and I thought of you, Scogli, with the exegesis. I put it out on Twitter. Enough said. But I think he was onto something. So does the documentary. He predicted too much. Something weird about that Philip K. Dick, said the FBI. Let's keep an eye on him. Philosophical consistency, self-consistency, logical consistency, tapioca consistency. So the best thing I can say about Sci-Fi Nation is we can put our differences aside, not behind us, not nearly, aside to talk about time travel. Unfortunately, when it comes to time travel, J Sci-Fi Nation is thick as shit and doesn't get it. Oh well, never mind. What are you going to do? Nothing. I've looked into it. Nothing can be done. Nothing. And that's why, unlike Citizen, Sci-Fi Nation is welcome in the chat. Like Citizen, Sci-Fi Nation is welcome in the panel. But like Citizen, Jay Sci-Fi is too chicken to come on the panel. In Jay's case, because I think he's afraid of being embarrassed vis-a-vis his lack of understanding of time travel. Same with Jill. I think their egos can't take it. Or maybe they're just fucking with me. Who knows? Either way, I made them famous. Now they won't discuss time travel. Maybe they can't or won't. Don't know which. There is a difference. Scotty said it's universally agreed upon. Tell that to anti-derivative Jill, because she disagrees. How you doing? One thing I've learned about the YouTube so-called community, no one's ever really gone. And that's why banning and blocking won't work. I'm still going to bump into Citizen on the Jens channel. But then again, maybe I'm not, the way Jens has been behaving recently. Who knows? Can't we just move on, said Louis earlier. Yeah, that's funny coming from you. You're a channel striker. You would say that. No, we're not going to move on. I'm going to keep calling you out for channel striking. Unrepentant channel striker at that. Scogli right again. It was as much Louis' fault as Jay's. Scogli says, I'm starting to believe that everybody in antiquity that stared into a black mirror actually were prophets, but they didn't realize that they were prophesizing. Phew, I thought he said proselytizing. Prophesizing smartphones. Fuck. The augury. The Black Mirror, like the TV show. Oh, it's the same thing. Maybe. Well, that's one of the theories of Philip K. Dick, isn't it? That we're still in the Roman Empire, circa 33 AD, or if you prefer ACE. The difference is cosmetic. We're still in the Roman Empire, the Western Roman Empire, to be precise. It's not actually 1973 or 2026. Although I discussed with Grace that if you're a true Christian, it isn't 2026, 2031, isn't it? They don't get it. They don't get it, do they? They don't fucking get it. So I know fucking pictures. Just like Jens doesn't get time travel with his 9 timelines. 9 timelines in Back to the Future, and he still missed one. You missed one, Jens. Jens! 9 fucking timelines. The 3 that you pointed out and 6 that I made up, Captain. Yeah, 6 made up timelines, Jens, and you still missed one. Unbelievable. Romans, go home. Conjugate the verb. Romans, Romani, et domus. What shall I have on my sandwich today? I know, Citizen 333's reputation.
I want something with a bit of meat on it. How you doing? Tuna. I got a weird DM from Cam saying he's not allowed on my channel. Well, he said channel. I think he meant mine. Quite the opposite. I'm desperate for Cam to come on my channel. All over it. In fact, he's got 7 days to fulfill his promise to talk about Back to the Future and his 4 timelines. After that, no more invitation. You can't bullshit your way through logic. Scobly called it out. Still, at least Cam said he would come on, unlike Jill. One of them, isn't it? What are you slicing, Captain? Jay's argument about City on the Edge of Forever. Empty calories, there's nothing there. Hey, Jay, there's a pube in your argument. In fact, your argument is the pube. Closed loop my ass. Time Crimes is closed loop. City on the Edge of Forever is multiple timelines. How you doing? But I tire of the bullshit, so I have offered $500 as a wager, an open bet with Sci-Fi Nation, $500 US, about how many timelines in Star Trek City on the Edge of Forever. So far, I've heard nothing back. Buck, 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 up. As for Tony's at level 4. I've heard nothing from Tony. Oh dear. So how's Lady Yennefer? Superman's girlfriend, isn't it? Isn't that Henry Cavill in Thingy? I'm Not an Elric ripoff. Or am I missing another reference? Jenny, lost my favourite penny. So I gave her $1. She kissed me and I hollered.
Mmm. Tuna and cucumber. Now, I presume Scogely's at work, but then again, I assume nothing. So, indeed, anyone, apart from complete strangers, that wants to come up, since Citizens let me down, the link is in the chat. How you doing? Oh, Jens Pedder. Shouty, ignorant of time travel, thinks he's the next big thing in Hollywood. But he did that thing that I do, started talking about his next project. Even Jens, I didn't make the link, did I? Even Jens said he's got a month of living off the glory of his previous movie. Well, Jens, it's been more like 2 months and you ain't done shit since. I like Jens, but he's acting even more butthurt than usual. I can tell how he really feels by how often he comes to my channel. For the last month, he's been here almost every day, either in the chat or on the panel. In the last few days, probably a week now, nothing. Ergo, Jens is butthurt because I called him a woman. Ironic. It was just a joke. You could call it slander, but it's clearly sarcasm because, you know, Jens clearly isn't a woman. Maybe she is. I spent so much of last year broadcasting almost exclusively with Jens Pedder and Citizen 333. And now look, amazing, isn't it? Mm. Yeah, this is the DM I got from Cam earlier when I sent him a link. Cool, making dinner. Might come for a chat. I'm not welcome on the show. I roll. Yes, you are. It's my show. You're welcome. In fact, I'm now going to publicly address Cam on Twitter. Sometimes you've got to make these things public. Cam Cam is welcome, indeed invited, indeed another indeed overdue, capitalization mine, overdue for a conversation about how many timelines there are in back to your fucking arsehole. I mean the future. I hope that's quite clear. No, the name rings a bell, but the K word kind of puts me off. Moving on. So there's no one coming up to talk about time travel. I had Louis complaining in the DMs. Less drama, more time travel. You're the channel striker, Louis. I sent him a link so he could talk about time travel. Didn't show up. What the fuck? Oh well, I'm having another donut. I didn't buy my beloved coconut rough chocolate. So I'm gonna have a donut instead. Mm. Boo doo boo boo boo. I don't care if I've got 5 or 5,000 listeners. Lurkers are no good to me. And the only person making any effort in the chat is Skog Lee. It's no good to me. I need conversation. I mean, I can, obviously. Even Sci-Fi admits he's impressed because I can monologue for 12 hours and make it interesting. I'm sure Mikey can monologue for 12 hours, but after about 2 minutes, you want to stick pencils into your fucking eyeballs, don't you? Jay can talk, but he's thick as shit and doesn't get time travel. And Scotty's just drunk all the time. And when he's not drunk, he's stoned. Normally it's both. Loser! Mmm. Donut. Oh, my big long Scotty video is doing quite well. That's on target for 100 views. A chuckle monkey protecting his booze. Isn't it amazing? There's now 3 works of fiction featuring a character called Scotty, obviously for legal reasons, no relation to that drunken sop from Mississauga. What else? No, it's LDG that said DMs aren't PMs. They're direct messages, not private messages. Good. Because the last one you sent to me is about to go to Twitter. Screenshot. LDG. More time travel, less bitching. That's at Carol. Less bitching, in correct quote marks, says the unrepentant channel striker. Laughing emoji, publish. Want to send me any more patronising DMs, LDG? I'll be glad to publish all of them. Ah, but you called me a cunt the other week. Well, you are a cunt. What?
Man, I wish I was independently wealthy so I could have funded you bringing Jay up on fraud charges. Well, it's not actually a question of money so much as a lack of faith in the legal system. No, all I need to do is call him out on YouTube. I mean, it's a lovely thought, Scoglie, but I don't know. Have you ever sued anyone? Even when it's successful, it takes time, money, energy, effort. It's a huge drain on resources, and ultimately, only the solicitors win. And that's when you win. That's when you win. Now, unfortunately for Jay, karma is his punishment. Jay has so many challenges in his private life. Even I wish his situation would improve. So that's the kind of tragic, ironic twist. What Jay did is unforgivable, but his current life is a punishment I wouldn't wish on even Scotty R37. There's nothing you can do to Jay that hasn't already been done by reality. But yeah, Susanna asked, no, even his strike was technically illegal. Technically, YouTube fucked up because I was EFAPing with commentary. And so anyway, doesn't matter. But in a way, Cam's right. I'm the fool for forgiving him and then being surprised when he blocked me from his panel. I don't think LDG is doing much better. I mean, he might have convinced himself that he's one day going to finish his silly little Project Icarus, but is anyone else convinced? LDG is the George R.R. Martin of programming, except at least Martin actually released a couple of books in his lifetime. But that's what annoys Scotty so much. I have a platform that I can call all these people out. And everything that I said about them is legal, decent, honest, and truthful. Which is why I keep saying probably when I say J Sci-Fi Nation struck Citizens Channel. Probably. I have no evidence. But Jay had the motive, the opportunity, and he's already got previous form. We would not be suing anyone. Fraud is a criminal charge. Well, is that right? I thought it was a civil matter. Well, fuck me sideways with a chainsaw. Well, it's the same with Scotty. Scotty went on Jay's channel 2 days ago. Or is it 3 now? And he didn't know there's a difference between wishing death and threatening. But Scotty, I think if we really wanted to get Scotty R37 arrested for verbal abuse, we could do it. Yet Scotty R37 is legally speaking a criminal. But I think that law is ridiculous. But he did it on the J channel. Wish death upon me twice. I believe that's illegal in Canada, in Ontario specifically. If I'm wrong, there's nothing technical about, and it's fraud straight up. It is fraud, but no argument there. You're right, Scoglie. He did commit fraud. Just like Scotty definitely committed a crime, the hurty-feely online crime in Ontario. But then does that mean I'd have to fly over as a witness for the prosecution against Scotty? Let karma take its course. I don't need to do anything. And all these people are still welcome on the panel. Citizen, Scotty, J Sci-Fi, LDG. They're all welcome here right now. Mikey Sue's, they're all welcome on this panel right now.
but they won't come up because they're like Marty McFly in the sudden new personality trait that he acquired between Back to the Future and the very poorly written Back to the Future 2. They're chicken. All of them, including Scotty, are too afraid to have a conversation with an actual masculine man. Sucks to be them. I think everyone needs to well, everyone can do what they want, but we are one community. People can keep deluding themselves otherwise, but it's demonstrably the case, and so we can keep fracturing, but there's still a hole with a W being fractured. It's that simple. Boo doo boo boo. Well, looks like they're all too scared to come up. Not you, Scogely, you're working. But Mikey and the others, too scared to come up. Buck, 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 up. Even Jens. Who knows? Maybe he's asleep. Who knows? Where's Tony? Is Tony busy? Tony's going to miss out on my amazing Star Wars idea. He's failed to move on it. There's only so many hints I can give him. Ah, he was broadcasting, but he was finished an hour ago. Where are you, Tony? Tony. Oh, well, that's 6 hours. Right. Everyone that you meet has got a story to tell that you have yet to hear. Never trust Citizen 333 with anything. Bye.